YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We got the Sonic 185 here by Dynam. I added some custom decals on the bottom. And then on top, this is theirs. We took off some blue ones. Anyway, we got an AR637T. And we had to modify to put the 1300 milliamp 3S back here, which is ridiculous. And we still had to add 23 grams, which is 2.5% of the all-up weight. This thing is light. It's less than 1,000 grams, okay? We already flew this in wind. We weren't very impressed. Now that it's calm, we're doing it again. I must say it looks a lot cooler now than it did the other day. They haven't built us yet. That's true, they haven't. So guys, you may notice our grass is not tall anymore. That's because today I cut it. And tomorrow I'm gonna rake it. And yes, that is about as good a control as you can get of this thing. It's a little lacking on the precision side of things. For a variety of reasons. Not the least of which is the fact that the entire wing will shake off of here. Also, it's one of these planes that you seem to trim, and then like you trim it again later, and then you trim it again later, and then later you trim it some more, and it never quite goes straight no matter what you do. Like, I don't know if you guys can hear me constantly like adjusting the trim, but I am. I gotta say, it looks pretty good right now though. Looks like it's helium filled. Oh, by the way, we did set up flaperons on this unit, and we did set up safe. Did you see it fly backward? It's a special Dynam trick. That's like full rudder and aileron, and yet it's still not quite controllable. So yeah, we ran the new Coyote DK 6010 SE today with the cab, hydrostatic. And we cut all of the grass. It was quite exciting. Took us about 6 hours to cut all the grass. And the annoying part is it takes about 6 hours if it's super thick, sorry. And it takes about 6 hours if it's super thin. And today it was super thin. But I couldn't get up there and put fertilizer in it because I would have chopped over so much of the grass. I decided that's not the right move. So anyway, here we are. Here we are. Gosh, that thing looks pretty right now. I gotta say. That's full rudder. Doesn't really do much of anything if you're not moving. So 1300 milliamp 3S. And just a heads up, if you get one of these, don't even think about putting it in the nose. You're gonna have to make a custom cavity.
Or using a bigger battery.
If you use a bigger battery, it's not gonna work because you have to go back even further than
Yep. Into a little hole that doesn't actually exist
Well, I mean,
until you make it.
if you stick it in the wrong hole, you're going to get in trouble.
There's no
There
wrong-
is no hole.
There's no hole.
It's not wrong. It's just not there.
Yeah.
Not very symmetrical. I have to give it almost full up elevator to keep flying upside down.
If you're trying to fly this anything more than a lazy flyer, you're going to hate it.
So what I would say is, on a dead calm night with a beautiful sunset, after you've worked 6 hours cutting hay, this thing is pretty sweet. You see how slow it is?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're wanting it to be fast and exciting, like the Crescendo Evolution, then you're going to hate it. And by the way, I was trying to roll to the left as I was coming down, but the aerodynamics on this plane are so mentally challenged that you literally can't do it. You have to use the rudder and the ailerons to do anything. I almost want to tie ailerons to the rudder and rudder to the ailerons, because then it would actually do something when you give it. See, like, like I'm trying to roll and it's just like, no, thank you. It's like, why are you not yawing when I give you yaw input? Look at that thing, though. It does look stinking good. Man, that looks good. In the bowl. Let's show you how horrible the flaperons work. Take off flaps. They're okay. Landing flaps.
No real impact that I can tell. Inboard flaps are what you need on a wing like this. The funny thing is, if you guys are just watching this video, you're probably thinking, geez, you're complaining a lot. It looks pretty good to me. Well, if you think so, go ahead and buy one from the link below
In the description. I would love it if you did. I'm sure Bitco Hobby would too.
Bitco Hobby has been great to work with. We are still continuing to work with them, by the way, in case that wasn't already obvious.
But the thing is, Dynams,
They just are project plans, guys. If you don't want to put time into them, you're probably not going to enjoy it very much.
and by the way, we used 3 nails, 23 grams worth of nails.
One of them is in the rudder. One of them is in the butt of the
Bottom of the tail.
and then one of them is in the top of the tail. And that way we get our CG right.
And we started with 9 nails.
We started with 9, and then we ended up with more. See, that's full rudder. I could tell that thing was going to want to stall on me. So if your objective is to get out and do like a nice, relaxed thermal,
This plane is okay.
if you want to fly like I do, you're probably going to be a little bit disappointed. You're going to want something that's faster and more exciting.
And by the way, I love the way the decals look.
I like the way that mine work with the way that theirs work, because it's very distinctly different looking. And by the way, I just used a thin black film tape, which is something I've had lying around for years from Hobby King.
You could use a vinyl tape and it'd be real heavy. I used a lot, as you can see. That stuff is super light. It's not very thin.
A lot of mold release marks on the bottom of this wing too. So I think it would have looked better if I would have painted it.
But honestly, you're not going to see it when it's flying. You're just going to see it when you're on the ground looking at it.
Lusting after how beautiful it is.
See how sloppy it is when I turn?
Mm-hmm.
If I was in the...
We just did one the other day. What was it called?
The lightning.
Lightning V2 by Top RC. That would have been so crisp and clean.
This one, I feel like
It's, if you've ever driven like an old pickup truck compared to like a brand new pickup truck, a brand new pickup truck drives like a car, okay? A 35-year-old pickup truck drives like a 35-year-old pickup truck. It's kind of like drive-by suggestion. You got about 2 inches of play in the center of the wheel, and then it's like you kind of turn it a few times and then it goes a little bit. You drive a new pickup truck, and it's probably got like fly-by-wire, you know? Super crisp. Feels good. As soon as you turn the wheel, it moves. Very responsive. Speed-sensitive steering.
Power steering, obviously. We have a countdown here.
But I'm telling you, when you fly this, you're kind of riding the sticks all over the place until it kind of does sort of what you want.
And yes, it looks good doing it, I must say. But like, I want a crisp stall turn. I don't want that. I want it to be crisp. I want to be in control.
And yes, I guess I would feel that I'm pretty in control here.
But the other day when we were flying in the wind, there were a few moments where I was like, what the heck is happening? See that? Like, why did it yaw toward the house?
That was not upon my instruction.
But boy, does it look good, actually. If I don't the bug zapper, and it like zapped it.
It's so inappropriate.
It would be. Look at this beautiful sunset we got going.
Folks, we kind of rip on Dynam a lot. For what they are, they're pretty cool. It's just frustrating for us because, as we've mentioned numerous times, like, come on, guys, 95%. If you did 100%, you know, it'd be great. We could really appreciate that.
This one does scream a little bit. When it was windy the other day, we didn't realize it.
Mm-mm. It was more than this.
A lot more. We actually do have a voltage telemetry on this because the AR637T comes with that little red and black plug.
Red and black wire. It's like a 1S plug.
I wish you guys could see the sticks while I was doing that. But there again, look at it. It flies slow. I mean, it's so light on its feet, you would think it would just be crisp as crisp can be. But it's just not.
It's like once it gets to moving, then the wings
will buff it. And not because of the AS3X. That's what I originally thought.
It's because the wing flexes. So if you're going slow, it's pretty good. But as soon as you get a little bit of speed going, it's really not so much. It's dangerous. Oh, by the way, we had all sorts of fun building this one. It was interesting, the level of remanufacturing that had to be done.
Yeah.
And yet,
It was.
Like that thrust angle.
so my wife and wonderful camera crew was helping me film our hay endeavors today. So I will be enjoying the ramifications of that soon. Okay, so real quick, all out of control, safe.
Okay. Safe. Safe. Can you see?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now I'm just going to fly by suggestion here to get it back. Boy, that thing is way out there.
Yeah, it is.
You guys want to know how high it is?
It's like I'm flying it.
I'm at 180 feet. Oh, the Vario's off. Now the Vario should be on. I know.
Oh, I missed
You guys
it.
were going to be super bummed.
I can't believe. Start over.
Beep, boop, 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 boop. It's
I
R2D2.
need 14 more minutes of that.
I'm sure you would love it.
You can hear it. You won't have to do it too.
Sorry, camera crew. $1,300 3S goes forever, doesn't it?
It sure does.
My camera crew is really, really thrilled that it goes forever too.
Did you turn that off?
No,
Why
actually,
did
I
it
didn't.
beep?
I'm not sure. Did I hit it?
I don't know.
No, there's
Oh,
just
there it
no
goes.
change.
Oh.
I'm staying at the right altitude. This one. Do you like that answer?
Yeah, great.
Man, that looks so cool. All right, I'm not cut in front of here, camera crew.
I thought you were gonna land.
You thought so?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you did?
It's like nice and relaxed and in control, calm. I was really confused.
I like that for an approach.
At my face.
No, I was going to catch it.
Yeah, I think you could.
Okay, so I have a switch set up for that. There we go. Here, I might try to go out here so I don't whack you in the face with the... Too much. I just don't want to land it. I'm sure that's the problem. Throttle holds on. Okay, guys. I think I'm going to have a mutiny if I keep flying. Even though it's been very enjoyable, I would say that that was like 100 times better than our windy flight. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this flight at the beginning, and then we're going to pretend like the other one didn't happen, but we'll put it at the end if you really want to see how terrible it was. And it was pretty terrible. Although, to be honest with you, this plane, you know, as crappy as it is, it's actually okay if it's dead calm and you have a beautiful sunset. But to be honest, what plane wouldn't be in dead calm on a beautiful sunset with perfect conditions and no bugs?
It didn't crash, and the prop didn't come off.
Well, there's that. I don't know. Guys, it's probably, yeah, I was just going to say we didn't crash into a tree.
Yeah.
We didn't have any props come off and fly up into La La Land.
Still all in one piece?
I like my tape job myself.
Yeah, that does. That's nice.
But if you guys stick around, you can watch us install this stuff. We've got an antenna here, an antenna here. This is where we're going to put the battery at the beginning. Nope.
Definitely not.
It goes up in there. So we literally had to cut a hole to get it up in there.
And
Okay.
still add weight.
Yeah, 3 nails, 23 grams, also known as 2.5% of the overall weight. Camera crew, would you hold that for a sec? I want to show them the telemetry. Throttle holds on, by the way.
Let me focus real quick.
Okay.
Okay, you're good.
See, max feet, 317. 10.6 volts. We could go for a while longer. That's pretty awesome, actually.
You can keep going.
I could, actually. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop this video. I'll keep flying for a little while longer. Camera crew is going to go inside and order some pizza for me because I'm hungry. I didn't get lunch because I was being shunned since I was in a tractor cutting grass. So she's going to go order me pizza. You guys can stick around, watch the rest of the build. It's super depressing. Then at the end, you'll be super excited. You can see how terrible it flew in the crazy wind, which is coming from this direction. And we sat there for like most of the flight. It was actually pretty good, like slope soar simulation, because we had so much lift from the trees. The problem is it didn't perform as good as I was hoping. And I don't know how to explain exactly where the problems are, but I think it has to do with this and it has to do with this, okay? We've seen that before on a couple of different planes we've done. Now, I'll be honest with you, we've done a lot of bad gliders that we have turned into decent gliders with effort. And, you know, really, to be honest with you, it looks good. It's pretty cheap. If you do this on the bottom, it's cool for visibility. Otherwise, it's wide on the bottom. It's not an all bad plane.
It's just not going to work in all the conditions that you might be thinking. And to be honest, by the time you put in a nice receiver, you get your telemetry, your Vario, you may almost be better off to just go for the Crescendo. But here's the thing, the Crescendo Evo is just a different thing. It's a different animal. It's almost like a warm liner, meaning it's very fast. And that's quite heavy and not very resistant to crash damage. This thing, the wing isn't even glued in or screwed in. It's just a pressure fit. You know, like those old ones you used to get from the Kmart as a kid, and you would just go out and like hand launch them all day, and the wings would pop out, and it'd be super frustrating. By the end of the day, you'd have like tape all over them so that they would stay in there.
Jeez,
it's like that.
How old are you?
I am old, really old. So anyway, guys, there you have it. If you want to stick around, go for it. If not, just skip that. Go to the links below. Buy this plane. You'll be supporting the channel. Give us a thumbs up. Don't punish us with thumbs down for planes you don't like. Please, please remember, just because you don't like the plane doesn't mean you don't like the video. You like us not liking the plane.
Right, yes.
Okay, just to be clear, in case nobody ever went over that before. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. YouTube, we're going to open this box. My camera crew is super excited for this one. She loved the Dynams.
Picked the wrong box.
No, this is a Sonic 185. It's a sailplane. Got something in my throat.
No kidding.
See this? Fancy dance right here. I am a sucker for sailplanes, and so I said, well, let's see if Dynam can handle it.
I was gonna say, somehow I feel like Dynam can still.
Seriously though. Okay, so this is a Dynam. This is available in all these different finish levels. 1850 millimeters, that's a big one. And I think on this one, we're gonna use an AR637T because I want the barometer. That'll be awesome. I can't wait. Now you could also use the 631 if you don't care about the Vario, but I like the idea of the Vario on a sailplane. And then we're gonna use the NX8, unless of course we open this and it's got, what?
It has a carbon fiber wing joiner.
A carbon fiber? I hope we can get it to tell the truth this time.
Probably not. It's a Dynam.
It's a Dynam. Where's their logo?
Right there.
They already started.
Not a good
Get out of there! Not a good sign. Hey guys, just so you know, this is an experience level 2, which is more than 1 but less than 3. Just want to let you know.
It's also less than 4 and 5 and 6.
Yes! 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 Got it! Okay, so in true Dynam fashion, we have a box full of boxes with some, looks like some decals here, so that's pretty cool. We'll get to apply those. Ooh, it's the fibber.
That is a long stick.
Let's see if it's hard.
Ooh. It's a little flexible for my taste.
Got some protective stuff in here. Oh, yes. There's your problem. There's your problem right there.
It's supposed to be attached.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be attached, but that's all right. I guess we'll reattach it. Hold on, I gotta check. Did I read this box right? Dynam, high quality RC product. Guess I read it right. Instructions.
Useless. I mean,
These aren't useless. They're color. Look.
color.
Okay.
They are color. That is true.
Oh, look. 55 to 65 millimeters back. What is that? Are they putting CA on the end of that?
What are they doing?
Install the battery. 1800 milliamp 3S. That's a small battery for a big one. I guess we'll just see how it goes. Then they have another box in here, which I'm not sure, like, if that's just a filler.
Well, hopefully there's like wings in it.
Listen. This might be a filler. If that doesn't set up a Dynam unboxing, I don't know what does.
Oh, it's in there?
All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. There's nothing else in there. That's all you get. Okay, horizontal stable. I told you that this would be a good one. The camera crew is all nervous. There's only one bag in one box. I mean,
I think we're missing.
the nutsack?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a little bit concerning. Oh, maybe it glues together. Even better.
Jeez.
No, actually, I think I see the wing joiner on the top there. It's got one screw and a couple of points to keep it locked on. That's pretty cool. Looks like this probably goes with it. This goes on this surface. What do you say we glue it on there right now?
Did they give us any glue?
Hey, listen. Dynam gave us enough glue in that one plane to make up for all the other ones.
You just have to order enough Dynam planes to get the proper amount of glue for all your Dynam planes.
You figured it out. You're a smart one. Here we go. We got some glue here. This is the way Dynam does it. They just send them in these like medicine vials. It's weird. If
Take your glue internally.
Huh?
So don't take it internally.
Oh no, seriously? I knew I was doing something wrong. Oh crap, this isn't the right one, is it? This one's not marked, it just has a print on the side. Well, I guess it's open now. We are gonna use CA because that's what I'm doing right now. So you guys can see if it works. CA if it works. Oh! That was so cheesy. That's a pretty good squish. Pretty good squish. Then I'm just gonna, these snap on there so you can kind of tell which way goes down. So you just put a little bit of, I'm gonna put a little CA here today because that's what you get, Dynam. That's what you get. Let's go like this. Watch this be like the best Dynam we've ever done.
No. There's always a chance.
Hey, the bar has been set pretty high. Okay. Oh, you got to pre-fold that. Ooh, wow. Ooh, 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 ooh. I think I'm gonna put a piece of tape on that.
Break it off, jeez.
Well, you have to bend it. If you don't bend it, it won't bend with the servo. I can tell you that.
That's true.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a piece of tape like this, and I'm just going to. Oh my goodness! I had sticky stuff on my finger.
No, no.
That was the CA, guys.
Oh.
We're gonna cap that back off. Look at that. Hey, by the way, if you get CA on your fingers, you can use acetone to clean it off. So if you or your wife like to use fingernail polish, then they probably have fingernail polish remover, which is acetone. I'm gonna do this in 2 pieces. It'd be really nice to do it in 1 piece. I'll do it in 1 piece if I can get it right. Okay. So last night we did a super fun project, guys. We put an antenna in our attic.
Because this is 1987.
Hey, listen. You know, back in 2000, whatever it was, when they forced HD TV on us. You remember that? the, it's not the FAA in this case. It'd be the
FCC.
FCC.
Right.
Do you remember how they forced everybody to switch over?
Mm-hmm.
And then they were like, haha, we're going to shut off the old signal. And then they lowered the signal strength.
Yeah.
That was awesome. I remember that. So everybody was like, wow, this is awesome, man. I can pick it up in a cave, you know? No, not anymore. You could pick it up in a cave.
No,
Hey, that worked pretty good, actually. That tape, see the tape joint?
Yep.
That's just in case, you know, the seam breaks. Then it won't be broken forever. All right, so that's done. We let the glue set up. That's just CA, so it'll go really quick. You'll notice that I CA'd on this foam and it did fine. It didn't eat it, so that's always handy. All right, so to open the wing, looks like we're gonna scissor this up. This is 1800 millimeters. 1855 millimeters? It doesn't seem big enough to be 1855 millimeters. Seems like it's big, but it seems closer to like 1.4 millimeter, 1.4 meters. What do these do? Oh, they slide into the side of the fuse, so they're gonna be a little bit wider. No, they go in like that, and then they snap together.
Do you slide them all the way up?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think we're gonna set up flap-ons on this because it doesn't come with flaps. So we'll do that. Use them as flap-ons or spoiler-ons, depending on which one works better. So we'll show you how to do that today too, guys. So stay tuned for that cool step. There's probably a Y cable somewhere, but I don't know exactly where it is yet. We're not gonna be using that, obviously, if we're doing flap-ons, because each of these ailerons need a channel of their own. Wing joiner. That is a long wing joiner. I'll definitely give them credit for that. I've done planes like this before where, you know, it seems, oh look, our control rod's already breaking off.
Oh,
That's good because they put it on wrong. Convenient. They mounted the control rod wrong, but luckily they mounted it wrong, so I can fix it. Just so you guys know, the control horns are supposed to face in so that they're closer to the hinge. Technically the control, like you can see on this one, you can see how it doesn't quite line up over the top of the hinge. That's supposed to line up over the hinge point. It's supposed to help for even up and down movement. That's typically the understanding I've had for the entire time I've been doing this hobby. Oh, that's nice. So it looks like this one also has a protective film on it. There's a magnet glued on there, and then a keeper tab on the front. So it's gonna go in and kind of like stick into it. This is a good size actually, but it does not seem like 1.8 meters. Seems like it's more like 1.5. Okay, let's take a look at this. What's going on with this? Yeah, that ripped out totally. What the heck? Yeah, it's got glue on it and everything.
Oh, yeah.
That is such a Dynam thing to do. Jeez.
Wait, that's all the more it's supposed to be in there?
Yeah, that's the way it goes, but that's supposed to be glued together. What the heck? That is weird. Okay, so this is gonna catch the leading edge of the... I'm just trying to see if maybe the glue, like, the glue obviously failed, so we're gonna try that again. Luckily, they included a lot of glue with it. Except they didn't at all, none. Not sure what to think on this. I think it's a Dynam.
I can tell you what to think.
I think I'm gonna put some glue in the crack and then I'm gonna ram it in. Sound good?
I think you're going to take off and the motor is going to fly away and the plane is just going to sit there on the
Sit there?
ground.
Hey, listen. Don't wish evil on my Dynam. Okay.
Oh, now you're using China glue?
China. Yeah. China. Okay, here we go. Just a little bit more. This is already half glued together, so it's a little bit challenging to get the amount that I would like to get in the crack. So I'm just holding the bottle up on the edge and I'm just kind of squishing so that it forces it to go into the crack. If you don't have enough practice filling cracks with sticky stuff, then just try harder. Should be no problem. You'll get there. Okay, there we go. So we got that spread. It'd be nice to let that sit for a few minutes and not actually stick together, because then it will tack up like crazy. Ooh, we got sticky fingers. Man, I hate starting a project with sticky fingers. Okay, so now the other thing I want to do is I want to get some glue on this surface too. Yeah, I don't know if that's supposed to be glued or not, but I'm just going to kind of like go to town on it. And hopefully it's supposed to be glued like that.
Oh, you're dripping on your leads.
Oh, dang it. Come on, man. You know. Looks extra sticky. Okay. I think we're doing good. I think we're doing good. This is still going to be a record time Dynam. I hate to break it to you. Like, even with the fact that we've had to fix this. Hey, you're kind of blocking the light there, camera crew. Sorry. I know you weren't doing it on purpose. Or maybe you were.
It was. Not.
Okay. All right, so the idea here with this stuff is normally you want to let that tack up, okay? So you just kind of like let that sit apart from one another. Yeah, you can smell it cooking off. So let's just slip it in the hole. See what happens. Oh yeah, it's a good fit. It feels better actually. I like the way the spinner fits. It's nice. The spinner and the adapter there. I think on this one we're probably going to tape it together just to kind of hold it in place while it sets up.
Okay. You need the plane stand?
You know, the plane stand would probably be helpful. But I just mostly want to get the tape on here right now so I'm going to be setting up. That's why I went through the trouble of gluing the tail portion. Now, this, if you use the right type of tape, you can just leave the tape on there. It won't hurt anything. You notice how I always cut the end?
Yes.
Because you don't want that weird little zigzaggy, what do you call that?
The rip, like where it rips.
Yeah, where it rips. That thing. What do you call that thing?
I don't know.
There's a name for it.
The tail?
No, the zigzaggy thing.
I don't know. It's the rip spot.
Not on the tape, on the, what do you call it? Like the zigzag thing.
Dispenser? I don't know.
Oh my goodness. I thought you used to teach this stuff in school.
Didn't teach about tape.
Yes, you did. You totally did. You had a whole thing about it. You had a whole class about it.
In the home ec curriculum.
For those of you that don't already know, my wonderful camera crew and wife of many, many moons used to be a home ec teacher, which it's not called that anymore. It's called Family Consumer Science Education. But that's okay. People know what we're talking about.
You still have to tell people it's home ec.
I have to explain it to them.
Yeah.
I have to explain it to them. Otherwise, they won't know. Even though it's been called home ec for millions of years.
Consumer science.
Yes, exactly
Yeah,
that. Okay. So now that that's re-glued, we just kind of have to babysit and make sure that the motor gets pushed in there all the way. Because we want that to bite. We want that to get a good positive seat. So really, honestly, what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to stick it in the couch between these two cushions just to help gravity do the job.
Oh, okay.
All right, so now that we have resolved those unexpected problems, what's our next move? We're supposed to probably get these things mounted, which I'm just noticing that like this doesn't do that very good, but does this fine. See?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about it too much. So I don't know if I need to try to trim some of that material away so that it has an easier time pulling downward. See that? I think it might be okay. Honestly, I'm a little bit concerned about it.
Well, step 1 says to install the elevator plane and use the screw to fix it.
So they're asking us to fix it?
We already fixed it, right?
Well,
At least they're honest.
they admitted
They're
it.
getting better.
They're getting better. Yeah, we could also figure out how the wings go together because we
Yeah.
have to wait on that right now
Anyway.
for a few minutes. This does have a protective film on it, so I would like to leave that protective film on it until we get it installed.
Okay.
Just to keep glue and things like that from getting in there.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's see if we can do this now, because that, I don't know how this wing goes together. Sometimes the wing joiner, you can get away with installing the wing joiner, and then sometimes you have to put the wing together and then slide the whole unit through. But I'm guessing this one you're gonna have to slide it through from either side, so. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing we gotta fix. I had another plane like this once, and I had a really hard time feeding this. Yeah, let's do the plane stand. We'll pause and get the plane stand. All right, so we gotta get this wire through here at some point. So let's go ahead and get that through here now. Okay, so we got that pulled through. All right, now that we have that in, we're gonna just yank the extras as we go. Are we gluing it?
It doesn't say to,
I
but
don't know. Like, it's gonna lock in there. So like if you have a strong like crash, then these things will kind of puzzle piece together here.
oh, okay.
So we'll see how that works. If it creates a problem, we'll just have to deal with it, I guess.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Normally there's some sort of like a screw or something that goes up and bites it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Dynam.
It is.
They do things their own way. I don't know, it's going together pretty good. I mean, it's like mostly built, so I'm pretty happy about that. Hey, listen,
Sure.
I'm gonna be a smart feller.
Okay.
I'm gonna do one step that isn't in the instructions. Well, we already did a few of those. We did the fix the fuse, fix the tail. We have to fix the rudder still. This one's gonna be the right aileron. Okay, right aileron.
Oh.
Goodness gracious. This one's gonna be the left aileron. Ow! Or Los Angeles. Okay, then when we get ready to do flap-arounds, it'll be much easier to go about doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, kind of excited for this one.
I'm glad you're excited.
I just am, you know, typically I don't like to have to install the motor that broke out. But what was the plane we did the other day? There was a plane we did the other day and it had an issue with the motor. It just rammed through the box or something. It wasn't broken though. No, you can't say because I don't know when we're gonna release them.
That released today.
No, not that one. The other one. That was the next one.
Oh.
Guys, when you film as many videos as we do, you forget.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be super prudent to know what we're referring to. There we go. You know what? You know what worked really nice for this project?
Four steps? Oh, look, I have some in my kitchen now. Great.
You know where these came from?
The basement?
You know who got them?
Our kid?
Yeah, not me. Because we were installing an antenna in the attic last night. The antenna was like 12 feet long and the hole was like 8 feet wide. And the wings were like 15 feet wide. So it was super fun. Oh man. Woo-wee! It was funner than putting a Dynam together.
It took longer.
It worked about like a Dynam though.
Just enough.
Okay. So I pulled the excess through gently as prescribed in the manual. Okay. Guys, I must say, I have built a lot of gliders, and this goes together a lot like many of them. Okay. That part was just a Dynam special, but beyond that, everything's gone together really nice. It's got a really straight wing on it. Got like a sharklet. Okay, so this is supposedly a 1.8 millimeter, or excuse me, 1.8 meter.
Well,
I'm 6 feet tall, so I mean, if it's a 2, then it would be just as tall as me. So I guess that's true.
pretty
It is.
close.
It's got a huge wing. This thing should fly really good. It's very light so far, so that's always a really good sign. So I'm excited for that. Maybe I can actually use it to thermal, because that makes for such exciting videos.
Mm-hmm.
That was a joke. Have you ever noticed when we build a Dynam, whatever I need is over there?
I know.
No matter what
It is
step
a
I'm
thing.
doing. It's so strange. I don't understand why that is. Okay, so this is a nylon screw. Looks like they've threaded some sort of a nylon nut inside of there. I am thinking this is probably, oh geez, it's one of those screws. Or it's one of those adapters. I've done those before.
Yeah, that's not in the directions.
Yeah, why would they show that? All right, I don't know which hole to put it in. But you see how there's a huge one on the bottom and then 2 inner ones are much... I think I might go to the inner ones. Eugh. I don't know. Yeah, I'd be lying if I said, oh, you know what?
What?
You know what? Isn't there supposed to be something that goes into that?
Like a little keeper thing?
Yeah. I don't know if that's supposed to be like that or not. Show the people what I'm doing. I'm going inside the hole. Oh, trust me, this is always awkward no matter how you slice it. Doesn't matter what brand it is.
That's true.
Although I can probably extend the elevator. Yeah, so that makes it a little easier to reach.
Yeah.
Once that's extended, it does make it quite a bit easier. I just kind of drove it out there with my fingers. Okay, so you kind of slide it on, then you rotate the wing. Then you pivot. Then you stick this down. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I can live with that. I'm just not sure if I'm gonna have to glue that, hon. Do you think I'm gonna have to glue that?
I don't know.
I don't either.
It just says install the elevator plane and use the screw to fix it. That's all we got. That's step 1.
Okay. You think it's fixed now? I'm tightening it. It feels like it's pretty tight.
Seem tight, I
Yeah,
guess.
seems good. I'm
So,
okay with it.
if you need to adjust your hole,
You adjust it on the elevator, on the servo
oh,
inside. Yeah,
okay,
it's pretty common stuff.
okay.
It's not uncommon at all. Okay, so surprisingly, we have a plane that looks like a plane, and all the pieces are in place,
That's true.
with the exception of, come over here, camera crew, maybe like there-ish.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got a bundle of stuff here. It does seem like this is maybe a little bit of an afterthought here. The ESC
Power.
that's required. Yeah. Not sure exactly cable management wise how to do this. I've installed, I've done more than, okay, so this says rudder. Why is there a Y cable on the elevator and the rudder? That's just to hold it for us so we know where it is. Okay. So this is the Y cable for the ailerons if you're doing just a standard aileron configuration. Man, this thing screams for flaps, but it doesn't have flaps. So I'm going to be doing flaperons. That's all I'm doing. Okay, so you see how these 2 aileron wires come out over the top of all that action going on down there? See how there's servos down there? You want to keep this out somehow. I don't know that there's really a great way to do it, to be perfectly frank. Rudder and elevator. And by the way, that's wrong. That's the rudder. That thing isn't moving. Like it won't move. I'm gonna get the servo tester out. We'll see if we can get it to move that way.
It looks like there's glue fuzz strings on it.
Oh, great. One of those where they glued the rudder. Okay, so I plugged in a 2250C because we need lots of power for this. I'm in the servo test. I'm going to go to the one that's labeled as elevator, which is actually the rudder. Okay. And I'm going to go with the negative over here. This is XBC 100 servo tester. Okay, so here we go. Oh, look at that. That's centered.
It's Dynam centered.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe possibly try to correct that a little bit.
Okay.
Let's show you how to do that if you don't already know. It's pretty simple stuff. So this is labeled as elevator. Okay, so we're on the rudder servo. Hey, how about you come over here? There you go. These wings make it hard to film, guys. Okay, so we're going to loosen this.
I don't know if that's much better. A little bit.
Okay, we're loosening this. And then I'm going to pull or push. See the rudder? Come over here so you can see the rudder. See how it's sort of centering up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that it's centered, I'm going to tighten this down. Notice how I was stabbing myself to do that? That keeps it from spinning out. Okay. All right, so that one's done. Now we're going to go plug into the, not the elevator, but the elevator. This one's actually the elevator. Brown needs to go toward me. Okay. Now the elevator's hooked up. 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 Down. Way down. Okay, so that's way out of adjustment. Okay, so I loosen that. Now I'm going to take this off. I have to get a pair of these things, if you can stay right there. Mm-hmm. Guys, this is like, I think that there's certain industries that don't have problems filming these tight spots. Correct, camera crew? Certain industries that are used to filming, you know, in between very tight things. This is typically not one of them. Surgery shows and other entertainment. This definitely doesn't usually do that. I think it's this extra tight. Going to the middle. Now we're gonna put this in the middle. Whew, please be right. Please be right. Please be right. Okay. Out. In. Cool. That might actually work. Okay, so now that the elevator is centered mechanically, back there centered, now up here, I can put this screw back in. Okay, just slide it in, just put the tip in, and then just go to town on it. Okay, now we'll try. I'm gonna do the double tap. Okay, I evidently am not biting the wire because it's not moving the control surface. That's a little bit annoying and weird. Hold on, let me grab these out of here. Nothing convenient about it. Except for that. Oh, there we go. Like, did I not tighten that? Oh, I tightened the other one. Folks, I apologize. Sorry, Dynam. You were right. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. Up, down, or even, down. Ooh, that is really working. Okay, without further ado, ailerons. Okay, so, you know, like this is labeled wrong, so I don't know if it's really a big deal. Like I'm gonna have a hard time figuring this out, but I'd really rather have it labeled correctly or not at all. So I'm gonna just go ahead and relabel this properly.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because that could be a little bit confusing when we get down the road and I don't want to have to fix it later, so I'll just fix it now. So I don't know if you guys saw what I did there. Sometimes you can get these things out, pretty simple. Just kind of walk that out. And then once you get to the end,
sometimes it'll stick back to itself. So when you get toward the end, you can just get your finger in there, pull it off. All right, so then we've got everything labeled up correctly. So now we need to get the receiver involved, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, we're like, I mean, it's gone pretty good, even though we've had to redo everything they did. I mean, most of everything.
Most of it.
So this ESC, I think the ESC, you know, this Velcro, this was a good thought. I think that was a good thought. You know, we're on a roll. Just take it out.
Might as well.
Here, this is sticky. We'll just put that right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So then this, I think I'm gonna just sit it maybe here. Almost looks like some engineer somewhere probably planned that out, and then some assembly guy didn't understand what to do with that, I'm guessing, because it does look like it was engineered to receive an ESC. I mean, I'm probably overthinking this,
Probably.
but you know, I'm just gonna lay this flat on the bottom of the ESC. I think part of the uphill battle that you have is, you know, you've got probably some like super brilliant engineer that designed this model, drew it in CAD, and then they, you know, hired you know, some, I don't know, what, like $7 an hour? That'd be if it was in America.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably
minimum
not
wage.
even,
I think it'd be like $7 a week.
Yeah.
So the labor ratio for the engineers that designed them to the labor ratio of the people that put them together is probably a pretty drastic
Slight discrepancy.
discrepancy. So I guess that's part of the way that some of these companies hold down the costs. So I guess, you know, it's just kind of the way it is. It's not absolutely the end of the world here. If I'm sure they probably need a job pretty bad though. All right, so let's talk about where this receiver is going to fit and kind of how it's going to be oriented inside of this aircraft. It's possible the AR631 might be better for this plane because it's so much smaller.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room in there.
There's not a lot of room for this thing. I would like to have the Vario though, because this plane looks like it could probably thermal. And if you're going to thermal, then this has actually got a pretty narrow body for all the. You kind of see that? Looks like they're about the same width, but this is a little bit longer. I don't think that's going to be a huge problem, but I don't want to put the receiver here, and I'd like to leave a little bit of room for a battery maybe somewhere.
Do we need to like dry fit a battery, sort of, kind of?
Yeah, and you know, I was looking at using a 2200, but I don't know if I can get away with that even.
Oh, really?
You want to show people what's going on over here?
The littlest one is our littlest girl. She's the instigator of all problems.
So this is supposed to be a 1250 milliamp 3S. So I had a 4S 2200 and a 3S 2200. So in this case, I'm going to use just to see if the 2200 Gen 2 30C will fit. If you're going to do that, oh yeah, it fits without a receiver for sure. And yes, there is actually room where the canopy is because it's just a hollow top. So, I mean, I don't hate the way that fits, but you got to be careful because look what's right here.
Right, you're like right.
The motor is like right there.
Yeah.
And yes, that does spin, by the way, folks. So I almost wonder if I need to lay those down and have them come back this way to keep those leads from getting into the motor. That might not be. We're gonna have to do something about that. That's not acceptable.
Can you stack the receiver on top of the ESC?
It would not be ideal at all, but yes, because there's a heatsink on here, which will block RF a little bit. I mean, not to the extent that it won't work, but just the heatsink needs to be able to cool down and dissipate the heat as it's flying. I mean, granted, it's not like you're going to be on the throttle the entire flight. This is, after all, a sailplane. But you don't want to like go up to altitude and then have it like die. But you guys see what I just did there? I just kind of basically flip that around so that even though it's maybe not as convenient, you got to make it work. The other thing is those leads are so long, they look like they're going to overlap. I could cut those. I'm actually tempted to kind of glue these things down to the base of the airplane
Like I said, this is not the first time I've run into a problem with a liner like this. Here's a 1300 3S. I'm going to charge one of these. These are Gen 1 smart packs. 1330C. Quite a bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to use this, imagine this sitting here. Imagine it sitting here. That sits up there. It can't run into the motor. Protects the housing. If I had this receiver, this is an end pin receiver, so it could go here. The antenna are going to be a pain in the butt. We could also cut out some of this room here up above the top of the wing, but that's where all the wing boxes is going to be part of the strength of the plane. I almost wonder if we're just kind of SOL on this bigger receiver. Not sure. I'm really not sure. Okay, let's do the 637 TA and see if we can make it fit. Now, the 637 TA and the 631 both use forward programming, but there's more telemetry on the 631 TA because you have the barometer built in. So therefore you have the Vario. So Vario, boop, 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 boop.
I was waiting for that. Thank you.
She loves it. It's her favorite part of the build series. Listening to me make a fool of myself. So obviously it's only a 1, 2, 3, 4 channel plane. So this is a 6-channel receiver. So we could actually use a 4-channel receiver. But I would like to have the Vario. So I don't think there is a 4-channel with AS3X, but there's currently a 6 and an 8, and then there's another one coming out. I don't know if I can talk about it yet, so I'm not going to. That's all you get. No more soup for you. So we'll lay this down. So this is definitely going to work in terms of size, but let's just hope it CGs out.
Right.
So now we have correctly labeled now the elevator, which I think at this point, let's go ahead and just look at how this sticks in here. Why don't we grab the transmitter, and then we're gonna have this wire too if we wanna have battery voltage, which would be nice on a smaller pack like this. It'd be nice to have the peace of mind to know what is gonna happen around the corner. All right, so it's not going to change the way that we set up our radio system because the forward programming is going to be the same either way. So let's go ahead and just jump in here. We're going to system startup, disconnect RF, model select, scroll down, add new model, click, create. That's an acro. You can do a heli or whatever you're going to do. Sometimes it takes a second. Then we're going to go to model name. We're going to click in here. This is the 30th model. It starts with a, what's this thing called? The Sonic 185. So we're gonna click, go to the S, click, and then we'll come right back when we're done typing. So I typed in Dynam Sonic 185 1850 millimeters, and that's all I had room for. Aircraft type. So you have to set the wing type to flap rounds. And then this is got a T-tail, so it's still a normal tail. Well, let's just see what the other tail types are, just so you guys can see. See how that's set up, guys? Now, if you put a sailplane in here, there's about 1 million different of everything. I always like to set this picture. Oh, look at that.
That's pretty good.
Pretty close. All right, cool. And then we'll walk out. Did it say a time on that sheet?
It
Never does. Okay, so let's set the let's set it to like 10 minutes. 1 out timer just to be on the safe side until we kind of know how things perform. 1 minute we don't want a warning. 20 seconds we don't want a warning. 10 seconds we want voice. Expiration we want tone and vibrate. Every minute we want tone. Telemetry won't set them until later. Throttle cut. Click, set it to H. Make sure it's working. Okay, go back. And then dual rates and expo, we'll set it up to the standard. For ailerons, we'll set it to F. We're like 5. Now remember, this is going to be on top of AS3X. That's why they're pretty low. So we'll drop down to like 90. And then we'll set this to F. 5. You're not getting a glare, are you?
Every once in a while when you move, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of hold still for that reason. The camera crew and I have kind of done this filming enough that we're kind of getting into a groove where we know what's coming up. There we go. Okay, so 90-20. Okay, so basically the way we'll fly, they're all 3 the same. They're all on one switch F. So I start in the middle. If I want less to get it to the ground, I go to less. If I need more to get it to the ground, I bring it down for more. If I get to the ground and I find that I lowered it, then I'll set my middle to this for the next flight, double it, half it. That way I've always got double and half ready to go. So that way when you start in the middle of the range, you've got something to go up or down from. I had somebody asking me for a 2-position switch setting, and I was like, it doesn't really serve the purpose on a 2 switch, because if you have a high and low, that's great, but it doesn't really give you that out for both directions. Because if you overshoot and you only have more, then you're stuck. You're gonna have to land it in a nasty situation. Whereas if you have a little bit less and a little bit more, by a factor of half or a factor of double, then you've got an out. The important part is, you guys may not realize this, but every time we film a maiden, it's a maiden flight. It's the first time. It's not like we've had weeks to get used to it, and it's like, oh yeah, I dialed it in really good, and I practiced a lot, and did this and did that. No, it's like, that's the maiden flight. So if it flies really crappy, it might fly great in 10 flights, but that's the way it comes out of the box and the way it flies. Just like this one, it says 100% ready to take off. So like, by 100%, they meant like 50%?
After you build it?
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what they meant. But anyway, so we've got this receiver here. Now that we know what channel's what, we can just click over to monitor, okay? Then it says throttle, right aileron, elevator, rudder, gear, left aileron, auxiliary 2, auxiliary 3. We'll be using some of those for our setup, okay? But we know what channel's what. Okay, so obviously this is throttle. We'll just get that out of the way right now because it comes from the electronic speed control. So that's going to be channel 1. And you can tell what direction it goes because it says minus, plus, signal. Okay, so signal goes up. Signal in this case is orange. Plus is the red. And then black or brown in this case is negative. If you had a Futaba color code, it would be white, red, and black. Sometimes you get both on the same plane. Pretty uncommon not to have at least one. Okay, so this is the elevator. We have correctly marked it now. So that comes on the 3rd channel. So we're gonna plug that into the 3rd position. Now remember, that's actually the 4th set of plugs because that bind program is the 1st one. Okay, so this is rudder. Rudder is the 4th one. Okay, so that goes in here. So we technically have our primary, what?
Upside down.
Oh, thank you for catching that, camera crew. You'll notice that I was able to plug that in backward. That's one of those nuances of different brands. Some brands have a tab, some brands don't, so it's really hard to plug them in if they have a tab. I don't do that very often, but every once in a while I do. This is the right aileron. So right aileron is supposed to be channel 2, or the 2nd one. This is right aileron. Signal's going up.
You did that one upside down too. Oh wait, no you didn't.
No, it's just like really
That's a dark
yellow. Orange.
Sorry, through the camera it looked.
This is left aileron. Left aileron is on channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, so it's the last one that we have access to. Now, I want you guys to be aware of something. This may be a 6-channel receiver, but it actually has a lot more channels going on above the 6, okay? So there are additional channels for controls, and that's one of the best things about having one of these AR637Ts or even the AR631s. There's additional channels above those channels that are usable, that are used for programming, telemetry, and the sort. So that'll help you out of some hot water maybe someday. Okay, so now I want this. I'm just gonna try to figure out a way to get this wire for the battery down here for now. We have one more battery wire that we're gonna install if we can get this to fit. If this gets installed, then what we'll do is we'll pull this back and then we'll actually slide this positive and negative in there, and then that gets plugged in right here where it says volt. Once that's plugged in, then the telemetry will give us our pack voltage. So we can set up voltage alarms as opposed to doing timers. Now that's really handy on a sailplane because anybody who's run a sailplane, especially in a slope soaring environment, you might fly for an hour and a half before you land, or 2. So it's really nice to have that because you don't want to set a timer for 10 minutes because you're not going to be under throttle the whole time. So with that being understood, just need to be aware of that. All right, so these wires, cable management will be somewhat critical on this plane. I think I'm going to stick these antennae, one of them into here with the ailerons. Okay, do you want to come around here and just like shoot over the top of my shoulder like we were? If you can do it.
I can try. Is that okay? Like that?
Yeah, just you can't lean too much because then I fall over myself. Okay, so that might be a little bit too long. See, I'm kind of like bottoming out here. I don't know if you can tell, or is it just in my head? These are pretty long antenna leads, yeah, so maybe I can just put it in here. You don't want to kink these ever because they're a coax cable. Coax cables, if you kink, you'll break the conductor, potentially break the conductor. There's a little bit of a insulative sleeve on the outside. Okay, that should be okay because it's not kinked. Okay, I'm just gonna walk that in there if I can get it to go. Now, again, with forceps, you could easily crush this and damage it, so just be real gentle. Just real gentle. Just enough to where it doesn't slip. Baby step in. Baby step in. I don't know why I just thought about what about Bob. But I did. Baby step in. Get in there, would you please? Okay, that worked terribly. We're gonna not do that. I thought that would work great, but it just sucked bad. Okay, so we'll just guide that in there, I guess. Just go in strong. Maybe if I can grab this like this, very gently. That's the exposed part of the antenna. So it's the least protected part of it. It's also the part that I'm concerned with. So you know what? That plan failed miserably. So I'm gonna try. You see this? This is really where I'm struggling, guys, is how do I protect these wires? Because you see all this action here? I gotta get these things down somehow. And somehow so that they don't get cut. Like right now, I'm not worried about them getting cut, but I'm worried about them getting cut when we turn this all on. Okay? Like that is just not a very good design right there. It's really hard on servos to do this, by the way. See the guillotine I just created? That is just not cool at all. Okay, so that's through now. I'm being gentle as I can. Oh, geez. Get in there. Boy, it's a good thing I have these surgical devices to finish this install. Okay, so now they're down, but I just have a really hard time seeing those protected. I wonder if it'd be better to just chase around either side, you know? What do you think, camera crew?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm really kind of like torn on that. And torn to the point where I don't like it enough that I'm gonna probably try to go around on either side. Okay? So that means I gotta unplug this one. So that's on channel 2 here. Doesn't really matter which one goes where, but I just wanna pick a side for each of them maybe, you know? See what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just drop it down here. See how I dropped it down? I have no idea if you can see. I'm trying my best, camera crew.
I know.
Sorry, I have to see her. Nobody gets to see.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, there it is. Don't be so selfish, Brian. We need to see. Okay, I'm sure you do. All right, so there's that. Man, that is just a terrible setup. I don't know how to overcome that any better than what we're doing, though. I feel like we've got the best chance at success that you can have. Unless we put the receiver somewhere else, like made like a cavity up here or something. But then you're going to have the same problem with the other two servo wires. Okay, so then this left aileron, that's channel 6, hon.
Okay.
I feel like that one is pretty good right there. Maybe I'm just going to leave that one there. The other one just felt like way more vulnerable for some reason. So now obviously we need a spot for our battery. Oh, this one's stretching my back in not a good way. Okay, so I'm just gonna do the stuff it in the hole sort of thing here. I just got to get it out of the way for now. And then I need to try to stuff this down so that it gets stuffed in there too. Camera crew, you asked about, can we put that right next to the ESC? The answer is, yeah, if you don't have something coming and jabbing it in the side like this is gonna. So we're gonna have to trim that. Better luck next time, cable. Good thing we already adjusted that, right?
Right.
Camera crew?
Yeah.
You can't be there because I have to be there.
I know. I'm just giving him a view while you.
Okay, see how I cut that? Cut off a lot too, jeez. So just for good measure, I think I'm gonna try to bend that with some needle nose pliers, possibly.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna grab this and just tweak it like that. Okay, so that's gonna get it so that it doesn't jab the receiver every time it moves, okay? And then I'm gonna just clip this off. But I'm gonna actually hold it with the forceps so that the tip doesn't shoot into some place I can't find it. And then pop up and resurface in the middle of the receiver. Oh, did you see the sparks?
No.
You didn't see the sparks?
Not from back there.
Man, there's huge sparks, I thought. Okay, so here we go. Same thing. I'd be lying if I said I've never broke one doing that. All right, so now that's turned. So I feel like we're about 100% better than what we would have been, but we're still like, honestly, I want so much more for this, for protection on those cables and stuff. I just feel like there's better ways that this could have been done, but I'm probably gonna turn this flat and glue it right there. I'm just gonna stick it right there because I feel like that's gonna protect that wire in a way that I can't protect right now. We'll just use some China glue maybe. China glue will hold that nicely and it'll go on really easy. Doesn't need to be anything too fantastic. I think this receiver is going to work though. Like I said, if it doesn't, we just lose the Vario, which is unfortunate. I'd really like to have the Vario. Just a little bit of China glue there. Pull this out of the way, get it in the crack there. Get a little bit on the actual device, the wire in this case. It's contact adhesive, so it should hold. Should hold, just kind of tack it up, get it over there in the corner. Okay, let it cook for a second. And then if we're doing that, I'm kind of guessing we're gonna need to do that for both of them. Which means even though this one was probably okay, I'm probably gonna undo that one too. The left aileron, that is. So you wanted to catch already. Okay, so let's pull that through this way. Man, it's just tight. Toit like a toiga. Oops. Some of you are probably screaming at the TV or the monitor or whatever saying, Brian, just use the transmitter to move those. Well, easier said than, because if you move them, then you might cut the wire. Gosh, awkward. Okay. Here's your aileron. So I'm going to just pull this down. I need this one underneath now. Okay, so once I get that underneath, now it's sticking to the China glue, of course. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Here it is. Yes. Yes. Now that I have that in the correct position, I can feed that back under. Just like this. Leave it down in the hole and then grab it out, snatch it out. Okay. Okay, so now we're in that cavity that's closer to us. I don't know if you guys can see that very good, or camera crew's trying desperately to get a shot of it. And I'm trying desperately to leave you guys a view of it as I'm working. Okay, so I'll flip that one wire over that was kind of sitting on in its way, or in our way. I'm gonna try to cable management this over as well. So guys, if you haven't already checked the links, if you want to help support us, one of the ways you can do it is you can like the videos, even if they're long, tedious, and boring. And then you want to support us financially. Since we don't have a begging site yet, you can just buy stuff from the links below. That helps support us a little bit financially with each purchase. You don't pay any extra, but we make a little small commission on some of the items. I'm not 100% of them, but some of them we get a little better commission than others. And that's pretty much how we fund the thing, you know. That's how we make dollars and cents of all the time we spend on this. I mean, you guys may not be aware, but it is essentially a full-time job. So I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Not that we don't love doing it, which is, well, at least I do. Camera crew here is a little bit more selfless in that respect. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave that there for now. Kind of like the dentist. I'm just gonna leave this random thing in your mouth for like, 10 minutes. I'll be back. I'm gonna go drink some coffee. Yeah. Enjoy that. Yeah. Hopefully that's not uncomfortable. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I go take a big sloppy dump, and then I'll take that stuff out of your mouth.
No offense if you're a dentist.
If you're a dentist, how was your weekend? Yeah, it was great. I'm sure it was. Okay. Whatever. The dentists love me.
They do.
I think they made like $5,000 on one of my teeth. One of my teeth.
Yes.
It was an expensive tooth. I told my dentist I had one implant. I told my dentist, I said, I'm just going to do that from now on every time I get a cavity. I'm just going to be like, tear that thing out, put an implant in. But Brian, it's just a small cavity. I don't care. I don't want to pay for a cavity and then a root canal and then another root canal, then a crown and every time, and just to end up at the same result anyway. Okay, so I finally got those things to where they're tacked up enough to stay kind of more or less in that crack there, that spot that's going to give them an offering of protection. See, look, wow, that's amazing, isn't it? Okay. So as that glue tacks up, it's going to hold it even better and more sturdy there. So that was very tedious, folks, and I apologize for that. You can send your letters of complaint to www.dynam.com. I don't think that's even a website. All right aileron was, okay, the negative goes downward. Right aileron was channel 2. And if I don't remember, I just look over at the monitor. Got monitor mode pulled up. Oh, by the way, when you have a really tight plane like this, these forceps are really handy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the more helpful tools that we've ever used. That wouldn't be in the everyday toolkit. Probably should be an everyday toolkit, but many people don't have them. They might have them from back when they were kids or whatever, like in the 70s. Pull out the throttle and then untangle that. This is like the hybrid cable management / make it fit moment. And it's probably not the most entertaining bit, but I don't know. Some people have told me they just love watching us struggle. Hey, whatever gets the job done, right? If they like watching us struggle, then by golly,
Struggle we will.
We will struggle for you on camera. You know, I'm wondering if that ESC needs to maybe make a different position.
Oh, really?
I just don't know. Yeah, I'm not seeing that fit. I mean, I see all this fitting okay, but I'm just not sure I see the receiver really making it if we keep going the route we're going. I feel like we're going to run out of space.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I thought maybe those cables were going to end up being too long, but goodness gracious, even now they're still... You see what I'm doing? Tucking it down there. I'm going to try to, like, force this into this crack a little bit. But you see what I'm talking about? I think I'm going to have to carve a little bit of this. And then slide that ESC forward, maybe? What do you think? Because, like, here's the battery. Yeah, I can't have that like right into the motor. Can't have it motorboat in the motor.
Well, yeah, that's not any good.
I think we need to pierce and make a channel for those right now. Have we showed the people at home how to do this?
It's been a while.
If you guys are ever trying to find a place to ram it, and you can't quite get the angle, here's a tip.
That's how you do it.
Take your forceps, grab this, come in here, and then ram straight through where you want it to go, continuing onward, por favor. Then you can take and ram this through the hole that you just created, which works really handy. But I need to go further with that second hole. So there's that. Now, keeping in mind, that's going to go into the wing. My concern is that if I go in there and then we have like a less than stellar landing, you're going to have to go to the other side. You can't see what we're doing here. We're going to have to go deeper. All the way into the wing. See that? And the problem is if I go into the wing, you know, we could actually have a compromising effect there. So here's what I want to do. I want to take and go up so that we can go up and over the wing. Sorry, foam. See, like this. Then I'm up and over everything. Let me see if I can... See? Let's try it, folks. Okay. Oh yeah, buddy. in there. You know you want to go home. Looks like I need a little better penetration on that second hole. What? Oh, I guess it's short. Can't make the angle with that. I don't know. I think that might be as good as I can do because of the nature of the shape of all this stuff. I'm really just struggling with placement of all this crap. Who would have thunk? Oh, there goes. You can do it. You can do it. I'd be real gentle with these things. Okay, so the Skylord might need to move a little bit. I think we're going to move the Skylord a little bit before we get too far ahead of ourselves. Because even if we did that, I don't know, that might work actually pretty good. I don't know, I think it's tolerable. I just don't like the idea that heatsink being right there. We could bring the power cord up, but then you see when these things move, it's going to want to jank into all these cables.
Right.
So like...
We've got to leave a little bit of space back there.
Yeah, we have to. We have to. Otherwise, there's going to be nothing but problems. You know what? That's really starting to tick me off. I think it's time to fix that problem. I don't think I can make the angle. I was thinking I could make this jab in there to keep that.
From popping forward.
Yeah. And then I can take this and surgically insert it. Yeah, forceps. Yeah, baby. So if you're going on a first date and you go into the dude's drawers, like in his kitchen, and you see a bunch of like hemostats, you know, you may not have to call the police right away. He might just be into model aircraft. Let's test this. No, we're not doing that. We're not testing it. Why would we do that? That takes all the excitement out of it. But remember, we can't have extra wires here because there's a motor right there, like right here. That's where the motor spins. Okay? So I feel like that's a pretty good spot. It's just going to have to be flat like that. Let's see if we can then get this XT60 to go around underneath to the other side. Let's see if we can make that happen. Let's see if we can make that happen. Tony Beats, Gold Rush. All right, Discovery Channel.
No, I can hear you whisper.
Oh, okay, good. They won't hear that thing I just said about them. You'd be surprised what they can hear. Camera crew. Okay. All right, so everything is in there. I think that's going to work okay. I mean, I've been more excited about solutions before, other better solutions. Jeez. Trying to trip me?
That was your chair.
I didn't have a chair. So, I got to do this same thing here to try to get this antenna. It'd be ideal to have it 90 degrees, okay, of the other antenna. But I don't know if we're going to be able to get quite so lucky. Okay, so let's go that way, like that. And then I'm going to try to go okay, so that should give us a pretty good penetration point. Let's see if we can do this. Feed this through here. Oops. Gotta be real gentle with these things, guys. I don't know if you can see me. I've got my finger in there to stop biting too hard. And better to handle it here than here because you might break that. Okay. So you see what's just happened there? Oh yeah, buddy. Get in there. There we go. Okay, that might be about as good as it gets right there, I think. So now everything is technically in there. The Skylord is technically in there. I'm gonna squish this and see if I can pull that forward just a hair. What do you think, camera crew? That heatsink is now off of the actual box. Okay, time for some glue. I wonder if I should hot glue this, because then I can hot glue here and here and just leave it.
Do we need to test it before we glue? Or check the CG or anything?
Well, where else are we gonna put it?
I don't know.
I don't either. I think that might be about as good as it gets. Oh, I have another idea too. X-Acto knife time.
Okay. It's my favorite time.
She loves the sharp tools.
Where are you working? What are you doing?
I'm slicing along here,
Oh, okay.
and then I'm going to slice along here. Okay. Then I'm going to slip this into the slice, if I can get it to go in. Oh yeah, she's going right in. She's eating it up. She swallowed that thing right up. Look at that. Pretty exciting. Most exciting part of this build. Whoops, careful. Hey, listen, some people do need help with this sort of step. So I guess it's probably good that once in a while we go into more in-depth on cable management stuff, because it is definitely something that, if you've seen inside of some of these planes, it's probably something that the hobby could use. And I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but I'm saying I'm better than some guys. It's scary inside of there. And then other guys, it's like, makes mine look like I slipped and fell and then the receiver got installed. Like RC Geek, he would take like at least 6 or 7 hours longer to do this. Now granted, he would clip it so it looks like it was a 5-minute project, and it would then look like a museum art piece. And I'd be like, what the heck, man? It's too perfect. Don't you have like something else to do? Okay, so this is, okay, so I'm gonna pull this out and I'm gonna get better penetration there. I'm sick of that. It's just ticking me off. See if I can make the angle. Okay, so it's going in. Oops, that didn't sound good. Okay, so I'm going in, and now watch this. Still going in. Yeah, buddy. Ooh, yeah. Now I can pull that out. Okay. Now I can do what I wanted to do earlier. It's like incremental, progressive changes for the better. It's like lean manufacturing. Anybody who knows what I'm talking about will be able to understand what I'm talking about. We're not going to upgrade this plant today. We're going to upgrade it over the next 15 years. A little bit at a time. So that way it costs 10 times more.
And it's frustrating for 15 years.
Every few months you can listen to people complain about the change. Yes, exactly. Okay, so I don't know. I think the next step is to validate our thinking on positioning forward and backward, because we need to make sure we have enough clearance for these servos to move. And if we don't, we can go a little bit further forward. And if we do, we can leave it where it is. I do think that I'm a little bit concerned about this part. No, I'm in there good enough. I think I got it. I think I'm good on that, actually. So that's not much to work with, which is fine, actually, because we have to contain it somehow. So I don't know if you guys can see that very good. That turned out pretty nice if I can get everything to stay in position. And that's why I'm saying if I hot glue this, once we get this in a situation that we like it, I can just glue right here and right here and make it near perfect. And then that'll hold it nice and steady so it stays true to the aircraft positionally on the 3 axis of motion. All right, so the next step, of course, is to walk out of the menu, throttle hold, power. Thank you for finally shutting off. Again, we need to glue that. We'll come back to that in just a couple of minutes. I need the prop to be positioned. This thing is really light. I like that a lot. A lot. Wouldn't that be funny if it's like the best flying glider we've ever had? And this definitely does fit nicely. This one antenna needs to be down lower though, right there. I think the way we're gonna do that is gonna be pretty easy. I'm just gonna make a slit here down by the ESC and then follow that slit right up and intersect where the other channel is. Now I can take this and I can lift this out and then I can just chase it down into the other channel. Okay, see that channel there I made? You see, then that gets the antenna down and protected away from where the battery is every time you got to get in and out of here. The one thing I don't like about that is that it's in the spot where it's like literally right up on top of the ESC heatsink. But that's not where you're picking up antenna signal. It's just, I don't like it there because it could melt. Okay, if it gets like real hot. A lot of times these are pretty undersized. This is a 233S LiPo. It's only got a 2 amp at 5 volts. BEC, that's pretty weak. Normally on a stabilized receiver, I like to see like 5 amp or 3.5 amp at 5 volts. This is 2, so it's only... Okay, so I have everything ready. All the switches are where I want them. The battery will fit in this position. And we will make this level. And we will very carefully plug it in with the understanding that it could cut my arm at this point. I don't believe it will, but it could. Come on now. Man, this XT60 is hard to get into. All right, so everybody listen. It's beeping because it's not armed, okay? I'm gonna press this button once. Okay, I'm gonna press it again because it didn't take. Now it's flashing fast. See it flashing? Bind button, power. Let go. It's evidently concerned about the throttle position. Elevator, ailerons, rudder, throttle hold is off, up, down, trim down, trim down, trim down, trim down, trim down, trim down, -12 so far, trim down, come over here, trim down, trim down, trim down. See how it says -22? Trim down. Okay, I'm so far down. See how it's -40, -50, -60. There it goes, -100. So it's arming. So now watch this. Whoa. Throttle hold is on, and that's why you got to be careful about trim. Throttle hold is on, and that's what happens. Throttle holds off. Now, we're going to resolve that problem before we do anything else. First things first, unplug. Do not put the throttle hold on. Okay? Oh my goodness, that's hard to unplug. Okay, so it's unplugged. Okay? Safety first. Trim back to 0. Okay? Throttle hold is on. Now it's off. Now the throttle stick's all the way up. And you're like, but Brian, that's insane. No, it's not. I'm going to put my hand on this, which will prevent it from starting and cutting me. Okay. Okay, so it's on. All the way down. Armed, armed. Up, down, throttle hold. Working. Off. Working. Off. That is now programmed. You also notice this is spinning. That's not acceptable. Okay, so it's not just stopping, it's idling. I don't want that. I want this to have braking, so we're going to set that now. Unplug. Throttle hold is off, stick is up. We're going back into programming. Ooh, we can actually use the programming guide. Yay! For once, we get to use it. It's right here for the Skylord ESC. So, find the tone sequence. Here we go. Here's the tones. So, beep, break, one short tone. Okay? So listen carefully. Timer's clear because I don't care about it. And we slip it. One beep. Beep. Beep beep. Battery type. Beep 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 beep. One beep. Down. Beep beep. That's beep beep beep. Cut off type. Cut off voltage. Start mode. Timing mode. Beep beep beep. Factory reset. Beep beep. Exit. Okay, so it's gonna go back to 1. Down. Up. Down. Now it's started. Hear it? I don't know if I said it. It's always kind of hard to tell. Sure doesn't seem like I did. We definitely have the range set now. Okay, so we didn't get it. We're going to try again safely. Make sure we do it safely. Unplug. Throttle's all the way up. Throttle hold is off. All the way up. Throttle hold is off. Energize the circuit. Okay, it's coming on. Now a long beep. Now 2 long beeps. Now 1 long, 2 short. Then 2 long. And down and out. We wait. Secure the plane. Beep, 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 beep. Braking.
There you go.
Great. So now that'll collapse the prop. Throttle holds on. It's not starting. Working. Okay. Now, what do we do when we're done with stuff like that?
Reset.
Reset. Power off. Everything down. Everything totally reset. And then we verify our clearances. Then we go into forward programming next. Okay. So power on your transmitter first, like usual. Throttle holds on. Sticks down. Switches in the conventional positions. Got our timer clear, that's good. Testing will be next. You ready to look? Just listen. Everything is good. And armed, okay? Throttle hold is tested. Throttle's tested, brake, everything's good. All right, so check with me, camera crew.
Mm-hmm.
So when this is all said and done, that'll be plugged all the way in, by the way. But all I'm trying to do is just see how those clear. So elevator, that clears totally fine. See, it clears all the crap we added. Here. Whoops. Okay, so you guys see that? That's your elevator servo. Up and down. It's going backward, but who cares? And then your rudder. Rudder. And then here. Yep, we're clear. We're clear, folks. Okay, I think we're backward too. You want to get the autofocus reset there. Okay, so now that we have that done, we can secure everything where it is, and then we can get done with forward programming. So we're gonna get the hot glue and come right back. Okay, so while that heats up, we're gonna use some tape to tape the top of these joints too. The camera crew is so into this Dynam today that she is having literal guttural reactions to it. So we're having to really speed this up to get through. Did you want me to share that? Is that what you were asking me? Oh, I misunderstood.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I know where you sleep. And I make all your food.
Ooh, there's that. I take it back, guys. That was just a hilarious Brian Phillips joke. It was a totally sensitive, loving husband joke.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Marriage tips from Brian Phillips. How not to make your wife happy. Start by making her film you building a radio-controlled airplane.
This is not in our
Marriage
vows.
contract.
No.
In sickness and in health, no matter how many Dynams we build. I swear it was there.
I'm pretty sure it was not.
Are you sure it wasn't?
It would have run away.
Like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman.
I'm gonna quit agreeing to your order of operations with this.
That's, yeah, I will straighten up. All right, camera crew, what are you doing? Well, you're like way over there.
I know. Because you keep moving things around.
Well,
what are you doing?
part of my problem is that this receiver is kind of like forced itself up out of this pinch point.
Oh.
And you see, I was kind of putting it there was my original plan. And honestly, I like that because it's kind of like set down a little bit more. But there is one other step we haven't done yet. You know what it is?
CG.
Listen.
Oh.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah. Yeah. That thing. You know what this thing is?
It's a red and a black wire.
Come on.
Did you want the Brian Phillips RC answer?
Yes.
It's the cable that plugs
Thank you.
into the XT60 connector.
It's going to
that
go on the backside of the
pulls the voltage for the battery.
It doesn't pull nothing.
Well,
It plugs into the receiver. It takes telemetry data.
yeah.
It's basically like a test patch cable. It's like a multimeter cable that just hooks up. It's like if your multimeter is broken and you need to know what the voltage is on your battery in your car, you can just hook it up to this and then stick it into this AR637T.
If my multimeter is broken and I need to know the battery voltage on my car, I'm going to pull out my cell phone and dial a phone number, and then you're going to answer, and I'm going to say, hey.
Okay, so if your wife's car, the battery is dead and your multimeter is broken, get a new multimeter. Hey, so, but all joking aside, folks, this is what this does. This just plugs into this port here, and then that provides the telemetry data so that you know what the voltage is on this, okay? So you could set it up a variety of different ways, not the least of which is against the main discharge lead, which is what it's designed for, but you could actually test the voltage of something else, like one cell at a time. Like you could do a sampling of one cell. I don't know why you would do that, but you could if you wanted. Like if you wanted to hook it up to a balance lead and then test the voltage of one cell instead of testing the voltage of all the nominal voltage of all of them. This is a little bit long too.
Is the obsessive twisting also required?
Yes. I didn't hear the annoying British chick counting down. Did you notice?
Oh.
It's kind of weird. She is really annoying some days. Except she's not British. She's English.
Right.
We were corrected by a true Brit the other day. And she was ashamed of our actions. Which was calling the annoying British chick British instead of English. Because I guess it's not proper or whatever.
It's a regional thing, right? I think something like that.
I don't know. She had some really good explanation that was
She was obviously
very
right. And we
tactful
were wrong.
and correct. But we still, you know.
Could you just like cut that wire so it's shorter?
Yes.
Okay. Just if the people are wondering.
I'm going to get a flat-bladed screwdriver. And that's going to help us take that bottom thing off. That thing off the doohickey on the XT60. Yes, there it is.
Maybe if you didn't have so many screwdrivers
Listen,
in my drawer.
listen. Well, I mean, what if you need the other one? What if you need 17 Phillips screwdrivers simultaneously?
When I designed this kitchen, I didn't leave a whole drawer for screwdrivers.
Well, I don't know why you did it that way. That was pretty dumb. Okay, see this? The correct way is to solder that lead in there. Okay.
The lazy way is to.
Listen here. I'm gonna probably. I mean, yeah, we can shorten this if you want.
I'm just asking if the people were curious.
Yeah, you can shorten it, of course. But what I'm saying is, you know, like there's a pretty long lead here that comes off the ESC, and then if this would like go on a plane somewhere else or whatever.
Right.
I think the easiest way to do this, and of course I got my antennas in here, so it's kind of a little bit awkward to do this. The correct way would be to just solder them on here, okay? So you would just feed these through here, this little protective guard or cover or whatever. And then you would just solder them on there. Like right there. But there is a little bit of a trick so you don't have to solder. Soldering is, you know, obviously the preferred method. But usually what I do on this is I will take and just slide them in, and they will make contact underneath the silicone wire, okay? So like, I mean, of course, like I said, the easiest way is to solder them, but, or the more proper way would be to solder them. But that would require a lot of work. We'd have to like go downstairs and get a soldering iron and things. And otherwise you don't get to use this toothpick, you know?
Right.
Because a lot of people love using toothpicks for these sort of steps. They're like, Brian, I just really like to incorporate toothpicks into my electrical projects. See what I just did there? I just stretched it out. And then really quick, when she's not noticing, I'll ram it in. Jeez. Take your breath right away.
I did.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. Oh, juice. Get in there. See this? Right there.
No.
See this? Right there.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Did you get it?
My giant fingers were in the way.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to open up the, whatever that thing is, and slide the other thing into the other thing, and then pull it out. And then look. Wow, it's a miracle. It's amazing how you did that. So now check this out. Now I can just very carefully pull back on that so we don't yank it out at the first opportunity. Like I said, the easiest way would be to just solder that. It would have probably taken less time. Should we be doing it the right way?
But if you don't want to solder, well, not everybody knows how to solder, right? I mean, I don't
Well,
know.
but you said you like watching me solder.
I do.
Do you like it enough for me to do this?
Well,
Not
no,
that much.
It takes longer.
Okay. So I'm just going down here and just kind of pulling that up. And you can actually do that anywhere along the length of the wire that you want. So you see, you just kind of open that up. Just kind of slide that in there. I know that it's a little bit challenging to see what's happening, but I'm trying desperately to make it so you guys can see. It's kind of hard for me to see. Okay. So that is the way you can do it without soldering. It's a little bit stupid to do it without soldering, to be honest, but look, you know, if you don't have the tool, you don't have the tool. Okay. And like I said, it's like a multimeter, so really all you're doing is you're just touching the test points you want to test. Okay. And then if you want to protect that so it doesn't get janked out, then you can just throw maybe like one single zip tie back here and then hold it, and that will prevent somebody accidentally janking that off of there.
A lot of janking today, huh?
Well, gotta do what you gotta do. Wonder what Esteban's up to these days. Haven't seen him for a while. We should call him up, see what he's doing today. Maybe he wants to come over and fly in the thunderstorms.
He's probably taking care of a kitten.
So Esteban, my only Latin cameo. He is the new proud owner of one of our previously owned 475 kittens. Wait, it wasn't that many, was it?
Just 8.
Just 8. We had 8 kittens, now we have less. Okay. So, this, no. Okay, so now I just need to find a place to store 6 or 7 miles of wire.
I think it's a roomy compartment there.
Listen, this, yeah, it's spacious. Spacious. I'm going to tuck this under and then go to the other side. You know those doohickeys I was using, those zip ties are there? That would be kind of handy nowadays.
You need another one?
I don't know, maybe, but I'm not sure. I'm just going to use these forceps first. Do you know what's a bummer?
What?
That Top Gun 2 has not been released yet. You know?
What made you think of that?
I was just thinking it would have been nice to go see a movie.
They'd fly sailplanes in that?
I don't know. I mean, Tom Cruise can do no wrong in Top Gun. But the thing is, like, this movie better be freaking fantastic. It better be, because they've moved it back like 17 times. Did you know that he did a movie last year? In like 2020 or something, there was one that was released. It was called like American Made.
What?
Yeah, I know. I didn't even hear
It's
about
like
it.
an actual movie? Or like a...
Yeah, like it was a legit movie. It was like 3 hours long.
Oh.
I guess my dad was telling me he watched it and it was pretty hilarious or
I
something.
don't get out much.
Yeah, neither do I. Probably because we're busy building airplanes and taking care of kittens.
Make our own movies. About planes.
Jeez. Don't give away all our secrets. You are just being scandalous today. All right. All this cable management has really got me fired up for a good movie with Tom Cruise.
Well.
Awkward. Hey.
What?
This cable management is getting really annoying, actually. I'm gonna be glad when it's over.
Me too.
I feel like
my arms.
a little bit punishing today.
It is.
All right, so there we go. There you have it. It's just as easy as that. All you got to do is just this cable there, that cable there, and next thing you know, the plane is flying perfectly in your front yard. And we're gonna glue that right now and just get her done. Okay, camera crew, I'm sorry to maybe sort of possibly block your view, but that's because I need to. Oh, you son of a plane lover! Can you push the entire plane toward me? Just the plane standing off. More. Good. Okay, so we're gonna let that set for just a second. Hey, look at that.
What?
I needed this and it was there.
Oh,
Fancy.
it's a miracle.
It is kind of a miracle.
It's a good thing we just moved.
No kidding. Yeah, seriously, what is it about these Dynams? Me and Megan were talking about this off camera, the camera crew. Sorry, camera crew. We were talking about how is it that we can need like 100 things during a build. And when we build a Dynam, every single time I need something, it's over there.
Yeah.
And if I'm standing over there, it's over there. And if I'm standing over there, it's over there. I don't get it. It's so weird because we build a lot of planes and we don't have that with the other ones. I think it might be just the order of operations just enough different that we can't maybe follow the exact same protocol as what we're used to. I think is that part of it maybe?
I think we just jump around more because it's not as clear
Convenient.
cut.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's definitely a different process too. Okay. Sorry.
But, like, I'm looking, we're only an hour and 45 minutes into this.
That's short for a Dynam.
It is. And I'm thinking if you were sitting here at the island doing this and the kids were up here playing and you were listening to music and whatever, this would really not have been all that bad.
For you. I'm just kidding. It really wouldn't. I mean, building a plane in an hour and a half is not really that. I mean, to me, that's not a big deal. A lot of these manufacturers are like, 15-minute build.
Right.
And I'm like, whatever.
No.
Yeah, if you're going to make it look like crap. If you don't care if it lands, before you take off on the ground in 5 pieces. We spent 15 minutes fixing stuff before we even started.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, we've also installed storm doors that were supposed to take 15 minutes. And then it took us like 4 hours.
Was the storm door that bad?
I think the storm door kind of sucked. We have a list of marriage projects that we've done.
Things we would highly recommend.
Things that we would highly recommend not doing. Mm-hmm. But there again, like, we keep doing all these stupid things together. Like, here's a really good one not to do together. Installing a garage attic access. Mm-hmm. That is not a good thing to do. Do not recommend. Get your friend, over. Or just like your mother-in-law. Anybody. Yeah. Not your wife. Yeah. Installing a ceiling fan for the first time. Again. Vaulted ceiling. Get your buddy over here. Mm-hmm. Do it. Garage door opener. First time you do it, get your buddy over here. Don't do it with your wife. I mean, a buddy that you don't like that much, that you don't mind being done with.
Yep. Exterior security lights.
Yeah, from the soffit, the inside of your attic, on the far side of the attic. Yeah.
In July.
Get a buddy.
Iowa. Yeah,
get a buddy. This hot glue set up, camera crew.
Do we get to add Dynams to that list? Filming Dynam builds.
They're not bad. They're not near as bad as any of those things. No. These are really bad projects. We've done a lot of projects together too.
We have. And look, we're still here.
Yeah, only because we're both hard-headed, never quitters. Wait, that's
still
me.
Sort of
that's
like
just
each other.
That's just me anyway. The never quitters, hard-headed jerks. That's me. There's one nice one and there's one jerk. It's like every other marriage. There's the wife and then there's the wrong one. Okay, you guys see that? How nice that turned out. It looks like we had a plan, even though we didn't. And to be perfectly frank with you, I'm happy with the way it turned out. Like, that's actually not bad. I'm not really too put off by the way that turned out. I'm going to do a little hot glue over the top of this because I can. And you remember how I did those little guards there? I'm just going to go ahead and do this right there just to kind of keep that little extra added layer of security. Oh, you know what else I just realized? This does not have, like on a normal conventional installation, you'd have something that slid back into this cavity. So you want to be mindful about that. This slips in here under that and then drops down. It's kind of look pretty cool actually, I think. I'm not sure how I feel about the decals yet. I'm sort of reluctant to even, make that level of commitment at this point because I'm not sure I like them that much.
Really?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I mean, if you think they're cool, we can.
Well, I'm just thinking like from a filming perspective, we might need at least a few.
Well, yeah, I know, but if we didn't do decals like that, I would go get black tape or whatever and do like tape on it or whatever. Because I really actually quite like the canopy. I think it looks cool. Now that we have this built, technically, I think what we need to do is let's make sure everything slides in battery-wise. I think I need a little bit more hot glue up here. I want to show the people what I'm talking about. There's this spot here. Okay, so this is more or less secure to where it can be, you know, out of the way. There's 2 contact points that I think I can capture, and I'm going to take those too. Just right there, and then right there. You're like, geez, Brian, that's a lot of hot glue. You're right, it is kind of. But hot glue kind of runs everywhere, so. You kind of got to get your contact where you can get it, right? Okay, just like this. And the funny thing is, I do an install like this, and I'm like, ooh, we should use that receiver from that Sonic 185 or whatever it is after we crashed it, you know? I'm like, ooh, we should use that. And then I'm like, geez, who installed this thing?
Exactly.
Were you planning on this going through battle, or what is the deal? So yeah, so that's going to be secure, like secure.
Yes.
The problem is you have to keep in mind that that Skylord ESC is right below it, and it's going to get hot. So I'm still a little bit not sure if that's going to become a problem or not. I'm hoping it's not, but if it does, then I guess you can learn from our lesson, and we'll communicate that if that happens, because that would be an operator error in my opinion, not necessarily a conflict with the manufacturer or whatever. There's plenty of those.
This would just not be one of them.
Yeah, just not that. So I'm very happy with the way that turned out. Everything is nice and neat now. All the wires and everything are tidy. They're all away from pinch points. The antenna are, you know, here and here. So we have 90 degrees. We have no CG mark on the bottom of this, so we're gonna have to mark the CG, not a big deal. We tape these, we tape that. We don't need to tape this. It looks like it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's fine. If it breaks off, we'll know it's not fine. So I'm actually quite happy. Feel how heavy this is. It's not very heavy at all.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So I'm actually very excited to see how well this flies. I think it's gonna fly really good. I don't think the carbon fiber spar is super strong, but that's okay. So I think our next move is gonna be to verify that the battery fits still. And then we'll probably be going into the setup of the radio, the finish of this setup. See, that's even out of the way. Throttle holds on. Everything's safe. It's already bound. Oh, we never did the flap setup.
Oh, right.
You know what we need to do right here? We need to make another stab point that keeps that wire from dropping down in that spot.
Oh.
So let's do that real quick. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and I'm going to hold this like this. Okay, so now that that's broke off, now the tricky part is just a little bit of glue here to keep you from getting stabbed, and a little bit up along the side so that it gets a little bit more oomph to it. A little bit of glue and a little bit of glue. And that's just gonna keep those from getting yanked out. Okay. Well, it's nice and warm. Might as well get it taken care of.
Okay.
Okay, so now is the time where we have to start up forward programming. So I'm gonna, well, we actually can do CG at this point too if you want. Look at that beautiful thing.
That's kind of cool.
That looks pretty sweet. It's surprisingly cool looking. And that fits pretty dang good. Oh,
Yeah.
we're gonna mark that right now too. 1300 milliamp 3S. and then wires that way. Okay. That makes sense, guys? Now we need to also mark the CG when we get this canopy on. You know what they did?
Magnets.
They mounted the magnet wrong. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Which both magnets?
Well, one or the other is wrong. Is it too much to just get the magnet right, please, people? Oh, it looks so sweet. I was so excited to have it done, and then they've got the magnet wrong. That does look pretty awesome, actually. Why didn't they have flaps in this thing? Oh, because then you would have had 2 more wires. Ugh.
Yeah.
That'd been ridiculous. Okay, so that's really annoying. Let's fix that too. We might as well. We fixed everything else. Okay. Okay. That is annoying to me.
Yeah, that's
All the other stuff, still annoying, but this really ticks me off because you get all the way to the end like that. I'm like, really? Seriously? That's how you tell what direction it goes.
it's pretty rocket sciencey.
Listen, it's rocket scientist. Okay, so let's stick it in there like so. Now, it's not in there permanently, but let's just see how it holds. Of course, it pulled it out. So I have to try to get the glue off of here. I am holding it in the correct orientation. Looks like they used CA. Oh no, that's China glue. That's why I don't want to cut myself right at the end of the day. I prefer to do my cutting of myself at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
This I need to sit down and concentrate for. Good. Are you trying to give him like an extreme close-up of me cutting myself? Mm-hmm. Okay. That's what I thought you were doing. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. Mm-hmm. That's China glue. If you guys can eliminate as much of the China glue as possible to get a better bond, you're going to have to add some. So it would be really wise to like get it as clean as possible. I know it's really kind of a pain to do that. Gosh, there's always something beeping around here.
It is.
Like constant.
Yep.
Ugh. There we go. There we go. Ah, dang it. Oh. Okay. Okay, good, good, good. Got most of the surfaces clean. Forward, and that's the downside. Now, watch this. Yep, still down.
Okay.
Now that one broke off.
Stop playing with your magnets.
I'm gonna get the CA. I think we're gonna try CA. Or, yeah, China glue. I just don't know if China glue is gonna hold. I'd really like to see something better than CA.
Do you want hot glue?
I honestly don't know.
Oh, yeah.
We can try hot glue if this doesn't work well. I've had trouble with this before. It's usually epoxy. But epoxy is like not a 5-minute thing, even if it's 5-minute epoxy.
Right.
Okay, so there's a little bit. See, the trouble is with this stuff, we know which way it goes, okay? So that's forward. So I'm gonna lay that down, that's forward. This one here is in the same position, so we're just gonna drop it down on its own. it gets, the glue seeps out and around. Non-metallic. Okay. Just get that in there, let it sit. One trick that sometimes works, and you can sometimes get away with it, is to go ahead and tape it. It doesn't always work though. In my experience, I've had a lot of problems doing magnets. I hate doing magnets. That's why I expect magnets to be right, because I hate doing them.
One.
Huh?
Doesn't seem like too much to ask.
Well, I mean, these guys build these things from like a bunch of styrofoam lunch dishes and cups. You would think they could get a magnet mounted, but they're not. Okay, so let's see if this melts. So far it hasn't. That's good. Guys, I say that kind of somewhat facetiously. I know it's not going to melt. That's the type of foam we're using. So we should be okay to use that foam. I'm using a fresh Q-tip because the Q-tip will help to activate the CA. I want to get that in there nice and secure. That's in there pretty deep though, is the only problem. I'd like to pull it out a little bit maybe. So I'm just going to kind of sacrificially slide in there and pull that out a little bit. Boy, why is it? It's like sticking to something in there. Do you see it? There we go. Okay, now that we have that done, I can just drip a little bit of CA into this crack and let it go in there. See, it weeps in. That's what's nice about CA. Let it weep into those cracks, and then you can get quite a bit of it in there. You know, the CA that came from Dynam, I thought it was going to be total garbage. I have actually found it to be quite nice. I like the little tubes because it never dries out. It's just a small amount. You use it up, and then when it's gone, and you always get it out before it's done, before it sets up on you. And that's one of the biggest problems I've always had with CAs, that I get these gigantic tubes to get them for a better value. And then I always like have them dry out on me for one reason or another.
Yeah.
Or I'll get to using CA like crazy for a few weeks, and then next thing you know, I don't touch it for a few weeks.
Would have been nice to have a tube included with this one.
Well, that looks like crap. Gosh, there's like barely any movement. We need to work those. Okay, so queso sounds delicious. Now that we have that done, I'm going to tape this so that it can't come out easily. This tape will be removed later if necessary. Actually, I'm going to try to tape it in such a way that if we decide to just leave it, it's fine. So that's there. It's just basically covering up the magnet so the magnet doesn't come off. Good enough. I don't know if you guys can hear this thing buzzing on me, but it is. I'm going to show you how to fix that right now. This is how you fix that. Take your screwdriver, loosen this, okay, so it can move free, up, down, out, rotate, up, down, 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 up. Okay. Then you can slip this back in. You can get that to the position you would like it to be. Be honest, I wonder if we're gonna, being that we're trying to do flap-ons, that's not very much movement, is it? Well, it's gonna be better now. Lots better. Because remember, it barely moved before, right, camera crew?
Yeah, hardly at all.
So is there anything that we haven't touched on this model that was supposed to be done before?
Are you gonna flip the control horn on the rotor around?
I want to make sure it works. first. Yeah, see, it's not even glued. Ugh, that's so annoying. All right, we'll come back to that in a minute. Don't let me forget though.
Okay.
See, look how much better that looks.
Yeah, way more.
100 times better.
Yeah.
We need the hot glue hot for the rudder, because I'll probably have to hot glue that one since I'll be impatient.
Oh.
We could CA it, except. Okay, now we gotta fix
So we
this
need to
one.
do this one too. So you definitely need to work all your surfaces on this
Yep.
one.
Yeah, for sure. 100% sure.
And probably
Out.
tape them.
Yeah, tape them for sure. Up, down, up, down, up, down. And you may have to come out here to the edges and get them really worked on the edges. A lot better now, though. That was pretty easy.
What's going on there?
She's playing with the little cardboard flap that's hanging down.
Is that, which one is that, Callie?
Callie.
Did you ever tell them how they got their names?
The big cats or the little?
Yeah, the big cats.
Not really.
Okay, ready? That's way better, folks. Elevator's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Now the rudder.
Which the rudder is
It's actually moving.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just put this over here so I can see a little bit better.
Okay.
See, this is one of those planes where it's like, it's simple enough that it's not like that bad to go through and have to redo stuff.
Right.
But it's also still annoying. See how it's broke free?
Where? Wait. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I have to think about this for a second. It's not moving very far, so I'm going to show you how to fix that in two ways. One way is to undo the control horn up front. The other way is to do what I like to call like a little bit of a Z-bend. A little bit of a bend out. And you're like, but that looks terrible, Brian. I know, we're not quite done. Then a bend the other way, this way. And I don't even care if it rips out, it doesn't matter. See? See, when I glue it, it's gonna be way over here now. That's the problem. So I gotta Z-bend it twice. Why not more, camera crew? Why not more? Ask, why not more?
Why not more?
Because then I have an adjustment back here too, which is kind of handy.
Oh.
Like the way they do it on the UMX planes. Okay. When I got that in that position, we'll just go into the inside hole too. Okay, so now I can take this and go a little bit more extreme, and a little bit more extreme, and then a little bit more extreme, and you just don't want to break it. So you got to do a little bit kind of at a time, or you will probably break it. See what I'm doing? I'm just taking length out as we go. And then there's stuff right here. That's their glue.
Super effective.
Yeah, worked great. Sort of worked great in somebody's world. Okay. The good news is now we're going to have proper amount of throw on the rudder too, because I want a lot of rudder authority on a sailplane. Because I use them to slip and slow the plane down and stuff.
So now you're going to go to the inside hole since you already have it off.
Yeah. Might as well. See, and this is so far back, it's like so inappropriately in the wrong spot. Okay, we'll try it the other way. Just so stupid. So stupid. I hate doing it wrong just because some stupid engineering flaw. Okay, that's got to go on the other way. Nope, it can't go the other way. That's the way it goes. It's the only way it goes. I'll stick it in a different set of holes. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, that's good.
Look pretty symmetrical. A little bit more that way than this way.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's better than it was.
Okay, so we're going to glue that now. And we're going to also take and fix. Oh, dang it. That was not supposed to happen. got that. The noise you don't want to hear is when that snaps in half because you've bended it so many times. You bent it so many times. Okay, so guys, look, hot glue is hot. Just get some glue on there. Cover it up. Remember, you got to put this on first. You're going to fight it. Okay, and then find your new holes. And then just hold that right in the center with everything centered. Okay, just let it sit. Don't worry about how ridiculous the position is of the control horn. It doesn't matter at this point. What does it matter at this point? Anyway. Okay, and then a little bit on top to just seal the deal. I thought you said a little, Brian. I did.
That was a little bit for Brian.
Thank you. Okay. That looks really just awesome. You're welcome. Good save, right?
Yeah.
It's a family program. Obviously. Keep multiplying. Okay. Looks good. Everything's seated. I didn't really mean to get hot glue spread quite like I did, but that'll work. Actually pretty good. It looks about 100 times better than it did before.
Yes.
I mean, I gotta admit. Are you investigating my seam?
Checking out the crack.
You know what that is?
What?
That's where they put the carbon fiber spar here for lateral support.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like it
Super
didn't work
effective.
very good. Maybe that's the pre-crack for me. That looks pretty good. Okay, so this plane is not done. I need a minute to clean up crap, and then we're gonna come right back and do forward programming. So 55 to 65 is where we're gonna mark our CG. I know I keep promising you forward programming. That's because I keep forgetting to do this. So 55 to 65.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Pretty big range. It's a long wing cord, so.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but I hate listening to servos chatter.
Yes.
It's so annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're like me, you just think, please don't be braking. Please don't be braking.
Mm-hmm.
But we've already adjusted everything, so it's actually working pretty smoothly. So now that we have that mark, thanks Danny for this caliper. I would still be using the world's crappiest one if it weren't for you.
Is it still in my drawer?
Oh yeah, of course it does. 1300 milliamp 3S.
So it was like all slightly nose heavy.
I'm just trying to figure out like how you would have done that differently. Where am I supposed to put the battery? Like here?
Receiver? Yes.
Let's just see what happens. Did I mark it wrong? Remember when you kept bringing up how you wanted to check the CG?
Vaguely, yes.
How many times do you remember?
Like 3 maybe?
Well, that's a little bit nose heavy. I guess we'll see. It's like right about there. That's without the canopy. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand how you would ever possibly remotely get that in there. Like, what are you going to put it where the servos are?
Yeah.
Like, I think you're going to have to add weight on this plane, which really sucks. I hate adding weight. I hate it with a passion. I really, really, really hate it. I want no dead weight added to a plane. But sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes you get a Dynam. I didn't say that.
Sorry, dog. People complain about me laughing.
Sometimes you get what you want, and sometimes you get a Dynam. I'm just frustrated about that because it's stupid that we should have that problem. I'm rereading this just to make sure I didn't miss something. 50 to 65 millimeters, which seems about right on this plane.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think, that's going to be a lot of correction weight. All right, pause the video. I'm going to get some weight. All right, so I have some nails. We're going to just tape a few of them on the back. I haven't added dead weight to a plane, I think, ever on my channel.
I feel like maybe like one time.
I don't like ever do it. I really, really, really loathe doing dead weight. I want it to be doing something if it's mounted to the plane.
Right.
And getting the center of gravity right is critical, and I agree that it is critical, but okay, so that's not enough. I can go back further. That's 2 nails, by the way. It's quite a bit of weight. Some of you guys use lead weights, like sinkers for your tackle box or whatever.
Oh.
You could get wheel weights or another good way to get your center of gravity figured out. So once I get close, then we can do something more permanent. Now we're getting close. But I'm just adding weight to the plane, which means your performance is going to suffer. Not there yet. Got a ways to go. And I don't want to add it to the rudder itself, because then that's going to dampen the rudder behavior.
Right.
I'm up to 6, and I'm not quite there yet. That's a lot of weight. I'm holding it over here in case they fall off, camera crew, in case you were wondering why I was doing that. There's the front hole. We're getting close. Three more. I'm not sure I'm buying this.
Do you think it's possible that the CG is wrong?
I don't think it's that wrong.
It seems
Like the position that they told us seems right.
Right.
But
I
do you see
agree.
how much weight I just added
I know.
there? Look at that. It's like a whole other battery back there.
And that's
Okay, so now I'm too heavy. There I'm nose, there I'm tail. So I'm like basically perfect in the middle. So, if I can get the weight further back, I can add less weight. But I don't know exactly how I can get further back.
right.
That's pretty far back right now, you know. I could probably eliminate one nail by going back further
With that first set.
with that first set.
Yeah.
I can't help but feel like we're missing something. It would be embarrassing if we were missing something. Like, did we not put a wing joiner in or something?
I mean, unless they didn't give us something. We put in all the pieces that came out of the box.
We stuck everything in where it was
Unless
supposed to
you're
be
supposed to
stuck.
like use the box itself.
That's what we missed. Okay, so Originally, my thought was when we got this right, we would just, you know, like decide a spot and then put this in. Well, that's gonna be a lot of nails. And I'm not sold on the fact that we haven't made some mistake here. So my thought is, what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay out all these nails so that they're prepared. I just got lucky. I grabbed the exact right amount.
Weigh them?
Yeah, we're gonna get the scale out, the kitchen scale.
How much extra weight we're actually adding?
Yeah, we're adding a lot.
Yeah.
Not a little, it's a lot. I was thinking this was gonna be like major overkill grabbing that many. But it was not.
It was not.
68 grams, folks.
That's insane.
That is insane. That is insane. So that's like the entire battery. Like I said, I can't put the battery back here. I don't think there's really a way to do it.
Even if you could move it back to the back of the battery bay, it's
Not enough.
not enough.
It's not even close.
No.
Not only is it not enough, it's not even close.
That's not going to do you
But
any
your
good.
battery is not going to fit here because then the receiver has to be up here on top of the ESC. And even still, okay, so let's just think about this for a second. Let's suppose that we put the battery here, okay? And we tuck this down here, okay? Let's say we do that, okay? That would make a big improvement in the CG performance. Not that big of a huge difference. You know what's funny about this is check this out. Oh, there's just some mold releases that just happen to be in that spot.
Oh.
I mean, the other thing is we could just fly it and see how it performs. Terribly nose heavy. See this? What about this? See that? That may not be so terrible.
Is that back any further though?
Well, I mean, you know, just really incrementally. But you see, there's like an opening there. So we do that. That's a lot better.
Then maybe we would have to add only just a little bit of weight.
I mean, unless we could carve some out, which I think we're gonna have to. I don't think we're gonna have a choice. We can't add that much weight. It's gonna change too much of the performance of this plane.
Yeah.
So I want to get this. I'm gonna carve this out some right now, and I think the way I'm gonna do it is with an X-Acto knife. I just gotta be real careful about those antennas now.
Right.
So I may have to pull those back through.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good thing we checked the CG. Sometimes it irritates me that you know what the heck you're talking about, because I'm the one that's into this and you're the one that films it.
Well, can't have both ways. Here or not.
I know. Okay, so here we go. I gotta sit down for this. This is too hyper specific. And I mean, it's possible that they're wrong too, but I doubt it by that factor. I mean, that's such a huge difference. Imagine if we would have put a 2200 in there.
Yeah.
I think I gotta pull this one out too for the moment. Okay, so get that out of the way for now. Seemed like such a good solution the way we had it set up. Man, that's irritating. Man, look how pretty that is compared to what we're talking about
I
doing.
know. Do you want to fly it?
No,
Okay.
we're just way too far off. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was off by, you know, a 1/16 of an inch or something. You know, then you would just be flying a little bit nose heavy. But I mean, if you're that far off, you may not have enough elevator to get it back to the ground in one piece.
Yeah.
You know? You can't totally disrespect the CG. And by the way, what I'm doing is not going to prevent us from putting it where it is now.
Right.
It's just going to give us the flexibility to put it where we think we need it to get the CG closer to where the manufacturer specified it. Hey, hon, do you have any butter knives?
Yeah. Would you like a butter knife for this?
Maybe. Stop buzzing. Maybe Dynam is happy with us. Camera crew, any chance I can talk you into, while I try to do this with the wrong tool, you could grab me the pliers, or the needle nose pliers. Yeah, that's not working very good with the forceps. The tips are a little bit too weak. That's perfectamundo. Folks, you know, sometimes you run into a CG issue like this, but I just hate dead weight. I hate dead weight with passion. It's an airplane, for goodness sakes. I mean, you need the thing to be light. It's going to perform a lot better in every way. That's not to say that you can't have some weight on an airplane, but geez, I don't want to add that much. 70 grams on this platform, It's like a fourth the weight. And why didn't they work this out? This sort of irritates me. Sort of is an understatement. Next thing we're going to find out is there's like some component missing from the tail section that was supposed to stiffen the whole airframe.
That's why I said we installed everything that was included.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But does that mean they forgot something?
Oh yeah, it absolutely does not mean that they didn't forget something. This might actually work out okay though. I don't hate it. We're just gonna have to make it fit a little better than that. I mean, that's actually, I feel like we're on the right track.
Right.
Man, it's just annoying because I felt like we had such a good solution.
Yeah.
But you gotta be willing to make adjustments when you realize you weren't right, when you thought you were right.
It's good that you're so good at being flexible.
That's right. I'm super hyper flexible. I'm sorry, camera crew. I'm sure that my head is probably making that a little bit hard to film.
That's all right. They get the idea. We can see.
It's really fun to carve cavities like this. I actually usually melt holes when I'm doing them this deep like this. Mm. But since I have seam right here, I can grab out half of it at a time, like that, and just pull out that little bit. This would be one of those times where you wouldn't want the throttle to come on, so that's, I mean, I could actually unplug the plane, but I don't know. I kind of like the idea of knowing what's going on and having a little bit more time for things to go wrong while it's on the ground. Now that we're investing this level of time,
right,
as is typical on a Dynam, you think, okay, we're getting back to where the wings are, folks. So we're like literally to the front of the wing right now. What's going on? Oh, just getting a different angle,
Yeah.
trying to get a better angle. Huh? It's
That's
what?
fine. I'm zoomed in a little bit, so.
Oh, okay, good. Great.
I think the people understand.
They feel our pain.
Yeah.
This is just an awkward spot to have to carve. It is awkward. Awkward indeed. Okay. Just getting this squared up a little bit here. I'm going to use the forceps to go in and grab the excess pieces that are falling all over the place. Okay, we're getting really close, folks. I feel like we're really, really close to where we can probably get this one done. Okay, so that's good. Now, that being said, we're probably still going to have to add a little bit of weight to the tail if we want it to be CG'd out the way that they recommend. We'll find out, though. We're going to have to redo the antenna wires, too. Let me get this all situated.
Mm-hmm.
Sucks, but it's fine. Don't like that. You don't have to worry about the battery shifting. Ever.
Yeah, no kidding.
Even if we like crash land and 100 miles an hour down. Okay. Let's just see how we feel. Oh yeah, we're still nose heavy, but yeah, we're a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
Better, for sure.
we're 10 millimeters in front without the damping on. So I would say I just don't know if it's practical to go back any further. What do you think?
I'm just worried that we're gonna have some other issue come up.
You mean like we can't get the battery in?
I don't know.
Or like the antennas can't be worked out?
Right.
Sure, I understand what you're saying, but... okay, so I'm thinking, I wonder if we need to melt a little bit, because like I can't cut any deeper.
Oh. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Why don't we pause, we'll get our melter sticks out and we'll come right back. Okay, so we have these 20,000 shims, and we have a little propane torch. We're gonna come right back to that. We gotta get the antennas kind of more or less secured here real quick, so I'm just gonna take and continue my channel here, and then just kind of carry this one up and right here. See, just a simple channel. It's nothing complicated about it. And since I put away my other tools, I'm just going to use the nail to poke this through. Just kind of ride that down in there. Okay, so you see how that works. And you go a little bit further with this one. See, this, on a lot of different planes, you would have a canopy that touches there, but this one just goes to the edge. So it works out pretty good this way. Okay, so we'll just drop that down in there. Okay, so just write it down. We're just kind of getting this out of the way so we don't accidentally melt them. So it ruins your day every time.
It does.
So now this one, we don't want to go straight. We want to go like perpendicular, which might be a little bit challenging on this application just because of the nature of what all is going on around here. So I think, unfortunately, we might just kind of have to grin and bear it a little bit. Because I don't want to get up there where it's going to be dangerous. So I'm just gonna carry it along here. I could actually go here. I could, yeah, that's what I'll try at first. Because then it'll go vertical. Something like that. Let's see if we can get that to work. Okay, so we'll just kind of walk up this opening here. I don't know if we've got enough there, but we'll see if we can kind of get that to work in there. I don't know if you guys can kind of tell how I'm doing this so I don't actually poke the coax cable. I just kind of walk it up and around, and then as usual, just a little bit short of what I need. Blade sideways and cut to continue. Okay, so then that's like this, and this one's like this. So it's close to 90 degrees off. Okay, so we're good enough there. I feel like we've got that well enough protected, and it's okay. It's fine. It's not ideal, but it's okay. It's not going to be the end of the world. Okay, so now the next part of the process is a little bit this is where we're gonna pick up what we were doing before. And this is where you need to be a little bit careful. You don't wanna like burn your house down and stuff like that.
That'd be great if you could.
Okay, so this is what you have to do when you get deep into the, you know, like right here. Okay, so I'm gonna heat this up until it's like real hot. And I'm getting pretty close to the edge up there. Okay. So I just go in here and just kind of cut a channel all the way along the top. And then I go in here, and it's kind of nice when it starts getting cooled down because you have a little better control over it. I'm just heating the very tip, that's all. And I know you guys are probably not seeing very good, but that's okay. You'll survive, I promise. We'll give you a really good shot here in a minute when it's all cut. You guys get the idea. Show them how deep I'm going from the side there, camera crew.
You're like...
all the way into the wing.
Yeah, probably about that far back.
Okay. Remember where I was laying it on top of the wing?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's about right.
Yep. I actually don't hate the idea that the battery is here. It's just really annoying that, like, why didn't they have a cavity here?
Right.
Like, what were they thinking?
If that's where it needs to be, fine, but...
Well, they were thinking that we were just going to be like typical RC enthusiasts and just put in extra millions of screws or something in the back. Which just, I don't know, I just can't tolerate that on this one. This plane's so close, like the typical Dynam, 90%.
Yep.
The last 10%, they're like, whatever, they'll figure it out. CG's only off by an inch, no big deal. It's like, excuse me, sir, I will make it fly, buddy. Okay. Fire that man.
So, I just went downstairs to grab that stuff for you.
Mm-hmm.
And our kids are watching a TV show downstairs. And so I mentioned it to our oldest that you added 70 grams. And his exact words, without me saying anything, he goes, "That's like a quarter of the weight of the plane," which is what you said. And then our 9-year-old goes, "Why did he have to add so much weight?" And the 11-year-old goes, "'Cause it's a Dynam." See, even our kids know.
They know. Okay, show the people down the hole.
All right.
Whoa!
That's... Wait, hold.
Personal.
Oh, there's something
Battery's
there.
too low.
Too low for flash.
Okay. Now that we have that cut on the surrounding areas, now what we have to do is we have to kind of just take out the middle by letting it shrink down. You got to get it real hot now.
Oh, okay.
And then let it shrink down into the center so that it just kind of disappears and it's gone soon. Now you can also try to cut it out, but it's just really challenging to do that because like you have no way to get a blade to back because you're cutting straight in there, right? This is also going to put a little bit of this foam to the back, which is nice for weight because like after all, the reason we're doing this is for CG reasons. Okay, so I'm just kind of walking down, putting pressure, just pushing as I go. And these shims are super long. They give it a little bit of flexibility, but a little bit of strength when you need it.
If people don't have
20,000 shims.
Yeah, what could they use instead?
I don't know. Screwdriver. Weiss butter knife.
Don't use your wife's butter knife.
I'm just getting advice from other people.
If you're gonna do that, at least like go to Goodwill and buy a butter knife.
Yeah, but then some poor guy's not going to be able to get a butter knife. Oops. So if you get too crazy, it's going to melt way too fast and you're going to have a hard time controlling it. You're going to end up melting the wrong things. Okay?
So be patient.
You have to be somewhat patient, which I'm not very good at. So basically now the next move is to get in there with forceps and try to grab the chunk that came off.
Oh, okay.
Like this. So that's, of course, like, you know, a big chunk would constitute a bigger chunk because it's heated up and shrunk down real small. Okay. There was shrinkage.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
That's a bummer.
The water was cold. Okay, all right, look at that. Show them now.
Ooh.
Fancy. Okay, all right, ready?
Mm-hmm.
We still got forward programming to do, which I thought we were going to do like 7 steps ago.
You're gonna have to check your phone.
That's what I'm afraid of. It is fitting nicely now.
Yeah. This is actually kind of nice. I mean, like it's nice and secure there.
It's
It
extremely,
goes.
it's extremely secure. It's extremely secure. Maybe that's why they put my magnet on backward. Yep, I know I'm not there yet, but. Okay, so now I'm like. Eight millimeters forward. I just don't know how much more I can go, you know?
Well, and is that
Is that what?
a big deal now? It's not 3 inches.
It wasn't 3 inches, but I was most of the way to the front edge.
Right.
You don't want your battery to puff if you do that, because you're gonna have a real hard time getting that back. I can go back a little bit further. I think I can get in there just a hair further. I think we'll be okay. So we're gonna do that a little bit more. I gotta take out the battery. I'm just afraid we're gonna cause a problem. So guys, you kind of seen the process. So we're gonna go ahead and pause on this part so we can plug in the battery on our camera and get that charging. And then we'll come right back when we're done with this cutting process, because you pretty much have seen what we're doing. We'll make sure to evaluate that with you so you know what we did. Okay, so before I forget to tell you about this, we have everything figured out. We're gonna go over it right now, but I wanted to show you, there was a vent here that was kind of had a couple little pieces hanging, so I trimmed it. And I'm like, oh, let's see what the other side looks like. So we're gonna get that one done right now before we forget. So sharp X-Acto knife makes this really easy. Super not a big problem, but you know, just typical Dynam, high quality radio controlled products, right?
I'm so glad this one was 100% ready to fly.
It was 100% ready to fly. It says right on the box. Mm-hmm. Now they might have been talking about they're ready to fly where there weren't any problems with every single step.
Were those the ones that were checked by actual pilots and
Actual pilots. Yes. The actual, like, full-scale pilots. That's why they were kind of confused a little bit. They were like, you guys realize we're full-scale pilots, right? Okay, so how did we get this done? Let's take a look. So, first things first, CG points, front and back. So I am going to be, let's call it 2/3 of the way toward the front, so maybe 1/3 back. Looks pretty perfect. Okay, now on the back set of holes, or the bumps or remarks, so 62, okay, 65, and then on the front, it tips. That means we're centered. And I want to show you how I did that. See? One on the rudder, which helps provide for extra vertical stability. Let's show them in the light. Mm-hmm. So we just stuffed the nail in there. Then there's a second one right there that's going to act as a tail drag. And then we ended up with a third to help secure the top. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this thing might throw sparks when I land, but it'll be cool. Now that is just a shade better than what we were before, because we were looking at a ticket of how many grams?
68, I think.
We were looking at 3 times 3. We added 23. Mm-hmm. So we got a third less. And the way we did that was, as you guys were starting to see, we were making this pocket here, okay? So this pocket easily fits the 3S without any sort of major accommodations. Just be real super careful about your wires in there, guys. I'll try to give you a shot down in y'all. Look at that, see those lines? how close I was.
Crazy.
It is. It is really close. So just to show you the insertion, because I know you guys are here for the insert.
That's, yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's a good fit. Okay. So it's in. Now, the other thing that's nice is that those nails, if we find out that maybe we're actually a little bit tail heavy, I can just pull one out. It's not that hard. I can do it without tools. All right, so that means that we have about 2.5%, 23 grams over 922 grams, all up, flying weight, ready to go. So that's 2.5 grams for correction is probably not that big a deal. And I mean, I got it back as far as I could. I couldn't put more in that rudder.
Yeah.
I wanted to take them to the tail of the rudder and it would provide a little bit more flexibility, but it just didn't, you know, there just wasn't enough support there. So that being said, we're gonna get ready to jump into forward programming. I left all these tools out just so you could kind of see what we were doing. Initially when I was doing it, I just taped everything on. This is the ball of tape and foam. Remember that a lot of that's melted that we pulled out of there. Mm-hmm. And I mean, we were back to the Kaiben Farber spar. What do they call it? It's the spar. Mm-hmm. I'm right next to it. Yeah. So I mean, that's as far as I could go without major modifications. So without further ado, let's go ahead and plug this in. Everything else we did pretty much has held true. It's been good. The antennas and everything. I don't know if you guys could see that, but I'll just outline the path we took to get the antennas up there, and then this will give me somewhere to kind of be cautious about. So there's the antenna. Okay, so it went like that, and then it also passed through here, and it passed through here on the other side. Okay, so this 1300 milliamps is going in there. So I'm going to say 1300 milliamp hours. 1300 milliamp hour in all the way. Okay. Nope. Nope.
Good.
Okay. So that was a big difference. All right, so now let's plug this in. The other thing too is like, you still don't want your leads over the top of those connectors or the top of those servo wires.
Right.
So you're gonna have to be careful about that. Okay, so everything is powered up. And our little piece of toothpick is still protecting that area. Okay, everything's ready. Now, we're getting ready to do forward programming, so we have to verify a few things. First of all, let's come around here and we'll look at elevator function, rudder function, and aileron function. So aileron roll left, that's backward, and that's backward. So we got a trifecta. So we're gonna go into servo setup. We're gonna go to travel, scroll over to reverse. We need right aileron, elevator, rudder, and left aileron. It's pretty bad. Okay, roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right. So now everything's going in the same direction that it should be. Now we're gonna walk out, we're gonna set up the flap system. So flap system is set to inhibit. We're gonna click on inhibit. We're gonna set to switch B. We're gonna set it to nothing, then we'll do, don't know which way. Okay, so that's going up, so we wanna go the other way. So just assuming we wanna do flapperons, let's actually do like, for launch, let's do like 40, and then let's do like minus, let's do like minus 75, and then let's do minus 30. Okay, so then you still get a little bit of downward movement. So that's gonna roll and that's gonna roll. Okay, so I'm happy with that. And then I'm gonna go to speed and I'm gonna set it to 2 seconds for each of the settings. You have to set it for each of the switch positions. Okay, so now elevator correction, we're just not even gonna do, but if you were gonna do it, you would do it here, like say 30 and then like 50. Okay, so got a good correction there. Of course, the elevator keeps working the whole time. Okay, all right, so then the rudder doesn't look like it's quite square, so we need to straighten that a little bit. See, it's kind of not. It needs to move over some, so we're gonna grab and mechanically adjust that now. Occasionally, when you make an adjustment on your direction of travel for any of the control channels, you may have to actually correct this. Like this one's down lower now. You remember that? Mm-hmm. We already fixed that, so we gotta fix that too again. And that's just one of the unfortunate natures of all aircraft, not Dynam aircraft in general, but just any of them. So we're gonna back this screw off. Then we're gonna get this so it's flush here. Is that, why isn't it going? There we go. Okay, so that looks pretty good. These are big control surfaces, so I hope the amount of deflection is fine. I feel like there's not maybe enough for flaperons. So if we went to the inside holes, we would get more deflection, okay? So look how nice that is, nice and smooth on the top surface. Now let's bring this around and fix our rudder. Needle nose pliers. We just need to walk it over just a hair. So the easiest way to do that for us at this point would just be to open this up a little teeny tiny bit and then show the people at home what we just did. Line it up.
Oh.
Sorry. See? Looks good. Elevator and ailerons. Take off flaps, landing flaps. Okay, so we'll see how that works. Now, I'm gonna clear all my elevator correction to just 0 for the moment. So if it balloons, that's fine. If it goes the other way, then that's not necessarily so good. So we'll have to correct that either way. But you never really know on an outboard flap. It's probably gonna make it not balloon, but nose down a little bit. So now we have to do our forward programming, so we'll pause and come right back for that. All right, so forward programming is fairly easy on these things. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna click into the function list. We'll scroll down to forward programming, connecting. Takes a second. Menu comes up, gyro settings. First time setup, standby. Okay, everything is set up right. We know that. Okay, so we have to get continue ready, and then we have to set it on its nose. Okay, so it's saying that the Spectrum logo is going forward and the AR637 is going up. Forward, yep, pin's going up. Okay, all right, so they got the position correct. Once that position has been identified, then I have this nice and level, as you can see. Okay, so now I can hit continue to acknowledge. Gain channel select. So this is where you set your gain. So auxiliary 3 is already on the knob. So I'm gonna go ahead and, oh, sorry. Here, I can sit down so it's a little easier. Ow, something was under my foot and it hurt. Okay, so we're gonna go to that. Okay, so that works nice because then I can go infinitely. Okay, so let's apply. It's gonna reboot. It's the silence. One dance, so that means no safe is turned on. Shut up. Okay, other settings. Gyro settings, flight mode setup. So this is where I want to set my flight modes. Okay. Be nice to just have 2 because I have a switch up here I could use. Mm-hmm. So AS3 is active on flight mode 1, so we never actually set up the channel. How do we do the channel assign? There we go, FM channel. So it looks like channel gear is open, so we'll just do that. which is nice. Now, if you wanted 3 settings like AS3X, nothing, safe, then you could do that too. So now, when I flip the switch, it's active on both. So on this one, I'm gonna leave that, and then we'll set safe up for that one. So then, first time safe setup. This means safe will work, and both ailerons are gonna have safe too. But before setting up safe, a flight mode channel must be configured, which we did. Select the desired flight mode, switch position to adjust settings for each flight, okay. AS3X gains must be tuned, okay. Level model, okay. So safe mode is inhibited. And then on that, I'm gonna turn it on. And angle demand, self level with angle demand, that's auto level. And if you just want like envelope or off, I want self level. Ah, dang it. Sometimes it gets weird. Okay, so self leveling is what we want. Now it's sending it all, it's gonna reset. Okay, so you wanna watch for that sort of thing. That's why you gotta be careful. That's the first time we've ever had that happen with the safe reboot.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why you set things up a certain way, so you've got some backup measures in case things go bad. I don't know if you guys remember that when it wouldn't arm at first and we had to reprogram the ESC.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so the receiver's rebooting, click for menu. Okay, so once we have all that crap done, we should be okay. We're gonna just check throttle holds on and that's working. Throttle holds off and it doesn't start. Now it does. Works. And then we have braking, okay? Throttle holds on. Just so you know, that's the only time in the transmitter setup where you're vulnerable to the attack from the prop. So you want to be careful. That's why they talk about shutting or taking your prop off. Okay, fine, whatever. That's one option. Okay, so elevator up, elevator down. Right or left, right or right. Roll left, roll right. Safe is on. How do you know? Finding the fastest level home. And it stops. AS3X is on. How can I tell?
Because it's trying to correct for environmental impact.
When I turn it all the way up, I see it go left, I see it go right, I see it go up, I see it go down. And when I say up, I mean from what I'm doing, it's actually down and up.
Right.
Now I'm watching this, up, down, very subtle. So you're probably thinking to yourself, well, Brian, I can't see that in the video. I agree, you probably can't.
Yep.
Okay? I'm gonna show you how to make it so you can. So I turn the knob all the way over. AS3X is on, safe is on. I want AS3X on. You also notice that you have more movement and less movement. More movement, less movement. Now let's look at the rudder. More movement. Nope, no difference. Okay, now let's look at the ailerons. Less movement. More movement, less movement. More movement, less movement. Now, because we have flaperons configured, we have to make sure that every direction is right. Normally, you would just look at the ailerons like one channel. But because there's two, you have to make sure they don't go the same direction. Or if they don't correct, one goes correcting the right way and one goes correcting the wrong way, because that can happen. You have to verify that every time. Not every time you fly, but the first time, once you've set it, everything's done, you power it down, power it back up, make sure it's good, you're good. Once it's done at one time through a power cycle, you're usually generally safe, okay? So, with AS3X only on, throttle cuts off. Throttle's up past 25, throttle cuts on. Everything is working. I can tell something's happened, I can't see. Let's show you how to see. So you click, you scroll down to forward programming. Just to be safe. Takes a second to load. Actually, would you be able to hold that? Just one hand on it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to gyro settings. Now AS3X settings. This 1 times. See how it does that? It kind of fights you. 5 or 4 times. Now watch this. You can see this for sure now. It's not rebooting, so I've got my hand on it. See, left, right, up, down. Watch this. Up, down, up, down. Let's see if we can give them a shot right here. This is all the way up, as much as you can do. Watch the elevator. When I go up, it's gonna go up. Up. Now let's watch it go down. Down. Now let's watch the rudder. It's gonna go that way when I move it that way. Over. Now watch it come toward me. Over toward me. Now let's watch this. Go up. Up. Now let's watch it go down. Down. Now let's watch this one go up. Up. Now let's watch this one go down. Down. Everything's working. And this is what I'm trying to show you. Stay there. Watch the rudder. See how it goes that way? And it goes that way. It's a really good idea. So sight down the middle, and I'm gonna turn. You ready? I'm gonna turn you. That's what I look for, guys. It's really hard to demonstrate on camera because the camera crew and I have to work so close in tandem. All the way up, all the way down. All the way up, all the way down. That's the knob, okay? I'm gonna set it to half. Now come on over, camera crew. I'm gonna set that gain back to 1. Okay, it went to 2. 1, okay, now it's on 1. Now I'm gonna hold this and walk out. This is where you gotta be careful as you walk out. We should be okay because it doesn't have to reset now because we didn't actually change anything, folks. All right, so this plane is ready to fly. It has full safe, it has full AS3X. And by the way, flaperon's down, watch this. Probably should have done this with the 4X on. Up, down. Down, up, up. Hard for you to see, but I can tell it's moving. That means both are correcting. But in safe, watch this. Safe, watch this. Flaperon's deployed. Still working. And both are working. So that's really cool. So basically what you have is you have a full functioning safe select plane now. And it's in a Dynam aircraft. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. We've worked out so many problems in this plane that it's gonna be a good plane now. We had to work out so many problems so that it could be a good plane now. I don't like that. It's annoying. But at the end of the day, the plane is done. At the end of the day, the plane looks good. I like the way it looks. I like the way it's going to function. I am confident that this plane is going to not only look good, but fly very good. Not sure how strong the wings are. I don't think that's going to be amazing. I'm also concerned about the strength of the tail. My thought is we can take those nails out and we can probably reinforce this tail boom a little bit, which will help us with the CG. We could probably even wrap it with a fiberglass wrap, and then that would make this tail very sturdy, okay? So a couple thoughts there. We didn't even crack the manual. That's how easy the safe setup is. Now, you can go in and adjust the gains on the 3-axis. So as you get ready to make your final corrections, let's show them how to do that. So if you're gonna make adjustments, you're gonna go into forward programming, gyro settings, AS3X settings, gains. See how there's 3 settings? You can adjust that up or down, and then watch this. Then this will all adjust relative to the knob. So at full, it's 35 now. I'm gonna put it back to 40 because that's what it was default. Then you can change the pitch and you can change the yaw. Okay, that's AS3X. Okay, so this is where I want to be careful. Throttle holds on. Walking out, and we're back to regular flight mode, so we don't need to be super worried about it. I'm going to start with everything in the middle. Expo in the middle. Everything is ready to rock and roll. We set up braking. We set up forward program for safe and AS3X. We've got the CG worked out. We've got the battery position worked out. We've got all the control axis, direction of travel worked out. We've got all the different stupid bugs fixed. We've got the control horns fixed. We've got the security of the tail fixed. We've got the freedom of motion and taped joints here and here. We've got the tape joint here. We've got the CG fixed back here with 3 nails. We also have the CG marked. We also have all the modifications made to protect clearance of the servos. We have the Skylord ESC mounted. We have the antennas mounted properly. We have the magnet fixed.
We put the motor back in.
We put the motor back in. We taped the joint on either side of the fuselage. I mean, there's literally not a stone that's been unturned on this. This is almost an ARF, okay? The only difference between this and an ARF is that an ARF would have required us to hook up the ESC to the motor, which would have honestly been of minimal consequence.
Yeah.
I like this plane. I think it's gonna be cool. My camera crew and I are in some discussions about the decals. She doesn't really mind them. I think they're kind of ugly, but at the same time, she's kind of right. It's gonna help a lot with visibility.
Yeah.
So I think what we're gonna do is we'll go ahead and if we have enough battery life, we'll go ahead and show you putting the decals on because really that is the last step, okay? So we're gonna do that right now. Looks like the inboard portion, outboard portion is number 10. Let's get this organized so that it's easier. We're gonna de-energize this plane so that we can be on the safer side. We normally don't show the decals on Dynam because by the time we get to the Dynam, we're just like done. We're just done. But honestly, we were talking about this off camera and you know, we've had terrible times with some Dynams and we've had okay times with a couple of Dynams. But usually it's somewhere between terrible and really, really, really long time. A long time that you don't really think is necessary. So it's just kind of a bad experience putting them together. If you can tolerate the bad experience of putting a Dynam together, I call them project planes, then you can tolerate, like for instance, here's an example of a project plane that's a very good plane. ASW 28 by Volantix. That is a project plane. The servos suck. The control surfaces are too small. The plane has a bad angle of attack, angle of incidence on the tail. What else? The CG's okay. Pat is a heavy pilot. She's ambiguous. He's ambiguous. You have to kind of make your decision on him. Example of a very good plane, or a plane that could be made good. Another example of a plane that could be made good that sucks otherwise. De Havilland Vampire, one of my best planes. I've now destroyed it. That was just a mistake on my part. I had numerous, probably 75, 80 hours in that plane. Plane flew phenomenally. Sound like a vacuum cleaner, okay? One of the best EDFs you could get, right? But at the same time, huge project plane, huge pain in the butt. Another example of a project plane, Boeing 737-9 MAX 9 by XPR. Every Supreme Hobbies plane, project plane. However, look at the thing. It's awesome, okay? You have to be prepared that there's gonna occasionally be project planes. Now, why do we get so excited about Horizon planes?
Because they're not projects.
Because they're not project planes.
Just good.
You open them, you put them together. Occasionally you might have like a ding on a wing or some stupid thing comes up. Or you have one servo that gives you a problem out of like 30 or 40 planes, okay? Now we are exposed to a lot of planes and we've had maybe 1 or 2 dead on arrival servos.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like dead on arrival. I mean, it happens, guys. We're with you. But the thing is, this plane is, Dynam is always a project plane. Plan on it and you won't be let down.
Yeah.
That being said, you need to plan on it or you're gonna be pissed because when you get this plane out of the box, you're gonna think, what a piece of crap. And then you're gonna build it and you're like, hey, actually it's kind of nice now that I've spent some time on it.
Right.
So it's probably the way my wife feels about me. You know, it's like he was pretty terrible at first and now that I've fixed him, he's okay.
We're working on it. It's getting there.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna get these wings and decals stuck on here.
Oh.
They evidently have some blue and some orange.
When do we get to put the random blue dots on? That's what I'm looking forward to.
I don't think I'm gonna put those ugly
They
things
don't
on.
exist.
They don't exist.
Oh, we're at 5%. Decal fast.
Decal fast. Okay, actually what we're gonna do is I'll go ahead and put on like 2 of them and then we'll just show you at the very end.
Okay.
Okay, so 11 goes where? 11 goes on one of the wing tips.
Yep.
Okay, so here's
That.
11. So I hope my elaborate explanation of why Dynam doesn't actually suck quite as bad as we make it sound is taken to heart. Now that being said, I gotta say something, guys. Bitco Hobby's been working with us on these Dynams and they have been exceptionally patient with us. To the extent that it's almost kind of like they're a little bit crazy, but I gotta be honest with you, Bitco has been great. They have acknowledged all of the stuff that we've said. They've allowed us to say it. And I just want you guys to take away from that 2 things, okay? You can take away whatever you want from it, but I'm asking you to take away these 2 things. 1, Bitco Hobby is a company that has strong character and they are going to back you up. 2, we have strong character and we're gonna tell you the truth. We really gain nothing by having problems. I mean, we gain a lot by covering it up, okay? That's like, it would be better for us, a lot better, if we would just come out here and BS and lie to you guys all the time like everybody else does about how great these things are. Now that means, not everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, that's not probably fair, because there's a lot of other people that show this stuff. But let's get real, this is number 8. It doesn't seem like it lines up very good with the back of the wing.
It just goes like right at the very...
At the tail?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it doesn't really line up.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, it's like, see, I think maybe it just kind of goes here like that, so it's kind of like in a little bit. Anyway, the whole point is we want you guys to understand that when we tell you, hey, this was a pain, you know, like, we really don't stand to gain much by telling you that. You know what? I think that number's wrong. I think number 12, which is alternatively to go on the tail. Let's verify that. Number 12 is supposed to go on the horizontal stabilizer and elevator. Part of what we're doing here is we're trying to help stop one and dones. That's part of our basic mission statement, if you will, on our channel. We want to prevent people from getting into the hobby thinking, hey, you know, like, this is gonna be a fun experience. I'm gonna spend like 20 minutes putting something together and it's gonna be great, okay? Well, you know, we don't wanna burst your bubble because the truth is, I don't think that's really what's gonna happen. I almost tend to think this one's supposed to go here maybe instead. Is it possible that these are flip-flopped?
It's...
Like
I mean,
this one
possible.
might go back there. So they flipped 8 and 12 possibly. So what we're getting at is that we want you guys to know that when you come here, you're gonna get the full truth and not just part of the truth and the convenient truth. You know, like it would be a lot easier if we could just come in here and skate around the truth and say, hey, this is great, buy it, help support our channel, buy this, help support our channel, buy this. We understand that there's gonna be some stuff that's better than others. Also, you have to take into consideration the fact that some planes are a lot more expensive than others.
Well,
and that is a huge factor.
And I think one of the first planes that you got after you started flying was the turbojet.
Yep.
Which was Dynam.
But it
And
was a
that-
project plane.
Right, and that was an awesome plane. But when you first started that, after having a couple Horizon planes, I was like, oh my goodness, what are we like getting into? Because there was nothing to show you like how much of a project it was gonna be.
Yeah, you just had to
So-
assume, like,
Yeah.
hey, this plane's gonna be just as easy as this plane. And
Right.
when you're apples to apples, when you're talking, and they used to, Banana Hobby was terrible about this. They would show a plane, and then you would find out that the guy that was supporting, the guy that was working for him, was like modifying the planes. Now, I'm not saying that we don't ever modify planes. We tell you exactly what we did.
Right.
Because we want you to be able to copy the performance that works well, and then if it works like crap, you can just leave that out of your own. But the idea is we want to give you guys the best crack at success, and part of that is to help talk you out of planes that maybe aren't great. But at the same time, we want you to be aware of the concept of our channel, how this works, how we make a few bucks here and there, and
Right.
like if you're buying stuff from our links and we're making a few bucks on it, but like, you know, we don't make any more money if you buy a plane that we don't like. You know, we make the same commission on a plane that you do like that's a good plane. And I don't think our vendors really care if you buy, you know, this plane versus the Globemaster versus the, you know, what's the pit? Did we do a pits? We did another biplane for Dynam.
What was that? Yeah.
But anyway, or versus DC3. I mean, there's some good ones, and then there's some bad ones, and there's some really good ones that are kind of still hard to build, but they're worth it. Like, I think this one's gonna be worth it. I was telling Megan off camera about that. I was like, this plane's gonna be good when it's done.
And that's the thing. If you've had a couple, bind and flies or something, and there's a Dynam plane that you really like that's only made by Dynam, then it's probably worth the time investment. And if you can watch, Brian walk through it and know what you're getting into, then you're prepared going in.
Or maybe you can just watch the parts that you need too.
Right.
Nobody's saying you got to watch all 4.5 hours.
But if you haven't built a plane like this,
you may not know how to do the CG.
Yeah.
You may not understand that there's like, oh man, I'm responsible for making that balance. Yeah, because if all you've had is a Horizon plane, for instance, then you're going to probably assume
that it's that easy.
that it comes that way. So anyway, that's part of our mission statement here. We got 100,000 subscribers and, and counting, and we really appreciate you guys. You've given us a little platform to share this. And I mean, this is going to come as a big surprise, but I go to the hobby shop and then, I'm always sharing my opinions about these things too. So it's not anything new to me to share about what our experience was on planes like this. And I'm sure it probably annoyed the hobby shop people because they always seem sort of disinterested.
I'm just shocked that you like to share your opinion.
I know. It's very weird. So anyway, guys,
we know run out of battery.
We are? How much? So we got to wrap this up.
Well, we can come back and show
we're going to pause, and this is pretty easy decal process, and so we'll come back and show you what it looks like when it's all done. All right, so guys, it turned out all right. We went ahead and put all the decals on, even the Dynam sticker. This label decal sticker was, I think, labeled wrong in the drawing. If you look on the box, they show it put on there with this at the front, but this is curved and that's flat. So I don't know if they got it wrong. It wouldn't surprise me. I think it looks really good either way. And to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter. It's a preference thing. So we got all the decals on. The build on this, I would say, was pretty much to be expected. This thing is light. It's very light. So I'm actually quite excited to see this thing fly. And the only thing we didn't do is we didn't turn on audio vents for the telemetry. So the Vario may not be set up. So the camera crew is looking at me like, are you serious? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am serious. We're gonna set that up real quick just to make sure that it's on and ready for the first flight. Throttle holds on. Canopy, everything's working really good now that we did it. Mm-hmm. Battery goes in here, super easy. Plug in the battery. Okay, and then we can set this canopy cover on. Sailplanes are tricky sometimes because they're supposed to sit in position when you first start them up, which is a little bit tricky because I had it on a plane stand, which means sometimes you gotta like set it up a little bit. Okay, so it finally initiated here. So everything is working as expected. Takeoff flaps, flap-arounds, oh sorry, everything but the prop. So if you're looking at your menus, first things first, there's your altitude. Okay, so you can see that that's gonna change when we move it. ES3X gains versus safe. Okay, and then one thing you want to do is when this initiated, I had it down on the surface here. So you just want to make sure that it's going to level and bring you right to the correct angle, okay? So this is the gyroscope information. And there's your Vario. So you can say, see that? Pretty cool. Charts it and everything. So now, in order to, oh wait, we have to go down to telemetry and we have to turn on Wait, we can do auto config. Let's do that. This is going to get us all the different setup. Flight log. Volts. There we go. This is not a 1S, it's a 3S. I don't want alarms because it's annoying, but I do want it to show up. So now you can see there should be a telemetry. Let's see what's going on there. So we've got that plugged in. And I'm not seeing any feedback yet, so hopefully I didn't do just such a terrible job on this that it didn't actually work, because that'd be a little bit embarrassing, but also not out of the question. So I think there it goes. Now it's working. You see the 12.6. So I am going to take the soldering iron and fix that after we hang up the camera because we're low on battery. I'll just undo the one zip tie, solder it. It's not going to take me but 2 seconds off camera. But then we'll have the voltage of the pack right there, which is nice. So that was the one thing. Now I want to go down to audio events, telemetry warnings, Vario. There's a switch you can set it to. So let's set it to switch C. I think we've done that before. So we want it to be on when it's in the top setting, and then off in this setting, and off in this setting, let's say. Or let's put it on in this setting and off in that setting, okay? Because that's our normal setting. So on in those two settings. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll walk out, throttle holds on. Okay, so nothing. Okay, I might have to get a little creative. I don't know if this is active until I give it throttle. Okay. Yeah, 3X is working, throttle holds back on. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking for the... Okay, so I'm gonna scroll over. There's the Vario, okay? And I think you can reset your home position by pressing the cancel button. See, it clears that. See how it says 0? Mm-hmm. See how it says 0? That's, you can reset your starting position with that cancel button. But I'm not hearing the audio event, so I don't think I have it set yet. Maybe I have it turned down. Oh yeah, you'd hear it.
70.
I might not be seeing enough change to actually have the Vario active.
Volume 50.
Thank you. Active. Its when switch is on this condition or that condition. You can reduce that to a very small amount.
So maybe you try that.
Yeah, so I'm going to set this to, so just help me remember the 3.2.
Okay.
So that'll be like the default. Okay. So we have it on. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Sounds just like you.
That's so annoying. Okay, so come over here. I want to show you something. So the way the Vario works, see that black bar? Mm-hmm. So you can tell when I'm going up, it does the noise. Now, I'll go to, oh, well, actually here, we'll just show you. So up, off. Okay, so I would highly recommend that you put it on a switch or you're going to potentially be quite annoyed, because especially if you're cruising around with the motor on. So let's show the people how to change that again. So in telemetry, excuse me, I think you can go into telemetry or audio events. Okay, so this is where you set the change rate. So you can change it so that it's 3.2 feet per second. So if you're going 3.2 feet per second, that'd be like 1 meter per second up or down. So it has to be changing pretty quick for it to beep. So in our case, maybe we set it to a little bit less or a little bit more, depending on how annoying we want it to be. Okay, and then this is the audio event down here. So you can do it through that, or you can go down to audio events and then telemetry warnings. So like in this case, if you want volts, you can set it to 3S and you can have an alarm with a tone, a vibrate, or a tone and vibrate, or voice, okay? So like for minimum volts. So in this case, what are we at? Like, and then status reports.
Flight pack 12.6.
See, 5 seconds.
Flight pack 12.6.
But that's status reports. So like you can have it set it for every 6 minutes.
0.6 volts.
And then in a minute she'll talk.
Flight pack 12.6 volts.
Okay? So that's every minute she'll say it twice. Or you can have status reports every 15 seconds on warning. Okay? So the warning is voice. And that's if we get to, so let's say we're at 3 volts per 3, so that'd be 9 volts. That's a pretty good warning level. If you're at 3 volts, that's pretty low. Okay? So now when that gets reduced, when that voltage goes below 12.6, or excuse me, when it goes below 9, so like it's at 8.9, then it's going to start saying flight pack voltage 8.9. And it'll do that every 15 seconds. It's going to give you a refresh. Okay? Which is probably about right when you're talking about a sailplane, because a sailplane is going to typically fly for a long time because you're only going to, use the juice to get up to altitude and then fly around, maybe find a thermal and then ride the thermal for a few, 30 minutes or something, and then you'll break out of that thermal or the thermal will dissipate. Maybe go find another thermal. But I mean, you can easily go well beyond the legal limit. So you may set up an audio warning. Here's the other thing you can do. Let's look at this. Here's another audio event. Telemetry warning, altitude. You can have an alarm that goes off, okay, at 400 feet. Or you can go up higher. So you want to stop it there, then you can set that. But 400 feet, so you would want to set your alarm, maybe a little bit early. So status reports are good for altitude, and the vario is not the altitude. Okay, the vario is to do with the change rate. Okay, the altitude is the altitude relative to where you launched from, or wherever you last pressed that back button. So that gets you something to start with. So if you want to have warning reports, that's going to only alarm when you hit a warning event. But if you want status reports, it's just going to constantly blather out, blah, blah. It's going to be so annoying. So, I mean, if you set it to every 1 minute, maybe that'd be cool. Just like, oh, wow, on minute 2, I was at 1,400 feet. I mean, 399 feet. So, you guys get the point. Telemetry is a powerful tool. You can do a lot of stuff. Now, when Spectrum really gets serious and wants to keep up with some of their competitors like Jetty, then they're going to let us use telemetry to make logical decisions about the way that the plane is performing. For instance, flight mode change if speed greater than X. Flaps deploy if speed lower than X. And so on and so forth. That's what I'm excited about. Because then you can start doing some really cool things, which is kind of what I do at work. We broke contact with our flight pack. So now we're at 2.7 volts. So we have a warning. There should be another warning in another like 10 seconds. Let's see if it happens. Flight back, no data. So every 15 seconds, she's gonna blather out. That's reasonable. The reason that's not good is look what happens. My screen goes away.
You got nothing.
Now, does my Vario keep working? I've got it set to 3.2 meters per second.
Yeah. I don't think you're yelling.
I'm not fast enough. All right, guys, you get the point. No more soup for you. This thing is done. It looks good. I think it's actually going to be a great plane. It's got all the full feature of telemetry that you would need on a sailplane. So I'm actually quite excited to try it. But as you can see, Dynam has sucked the entire day out of our life. And just like usual. So, but that's okay. We had a rainy day. We knew it was going to be crappy. And so that's why we did it on a rainy day. But guys, this thing looks really cool. I'm actually very excited for this. It's big. It looks good. It should be good for visibility. I wish there was some stickers for the bottom. That'd been nice. Some black stickers, maybe just something for high contrast. But my camera crew talked me into putting the stickers on. I kind of like them now. So we're good. Thanks for watching, guys. If you haven't already, check the link in the description below. Buy one for yourself. We'll link to the plug-in fly, and we'll link to our receiver choices, which are the AR637T, which is really the only choice for this, or the AR631, I suppose we'll throw that in there. And then we'll link to the 3S, 1300 milliamp smart pack. We're using a Gen 1. If there's a Gen 2, we'll link to both or whatever. We'll just link to whatever choices there are in that size class. And what else did we use in here, huh? I think that was basically it, right?
That's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. Everything else we did was just kind of like toothpicks and Q-tips. So if you guys are really wanting to support us, you'll buy Q-tips from our Amazon links. So this plane is gonna be cool. I'm really excited to see it in the air. I think it's actually gonna be a winner. I think it was a pain to put together, which is pretty obvious, but I think this is gonna be a real winner. So you've already seen it, we haven't. You've got that competitive advantage over us because future us know what it looks like, but current you knows what it looks like. So come back for more. If you want to see more flight footage of sailplanes, we have tons of them on this channel. We have the Crescendo Evo, really good one. We just did a Lightning V2, which is made by Top Flight. It's an expensive plane, but very good. I think it actually be a little bit more than the Crescendo Evo. I think right now the Crescendo Evo is the winner, but we're gonna see how this one does. The Phoenix V2, that's really good plane. The ASW28 has been really good. Obviously, if you're in the mood for a little bit more expensive, bigger plane, we got a 3-meter Fox. We did the 2.3 meter Fox, both very good. The 3-meter Fox is awesome. But if you want to look for something a little bit smaller, the 2.5 meter ASW, is that an ASW 17? The FMS, that was great. That's a really good one. But it's heavy, so you're not gonna do a lot of thermaling with that plane. Just trying to think, we did an ASH 26 a ways back, but that was a balsa built up, kind of a one-off that we had. We also have a lot more. I know we did an FMS Mini Moa, really cool plane, but we added crow and all sorts of different things on that, stabilizer, all that good stuff. We've done a ton of sailplanes, guys, and we really do love the sailplanes. But this one excites me, and I'm hoping you'll like it. Come back for more. All right, YouTube, we have the Sonic 185 from Dynam. I did some custom decorations on the bottom. We left off a few of the decals, and we got a little bit of wind, so I apologize in advance for the terrible audio quality. That's just the way it goes. Okay, we have an AR637T in this. We had to carve out a bunch to make the 1300 3S Smart Pack. That's a Gen 1 Smart Pack fit. We did have to add 23 grams for an all-up weight of ready. How much was this? It was 2.5% of the weight.
Yep.
So it's very light. It's like less than a kilogram. So it's like 996 or something like that. Yeah. We say it in the video. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. No elevator correction yet. Throttle holds off. Tested, and we set up braking. We did all these things and fixed all sorts of problems because it's a Dynam. Oh yeah, it's got plenty of power. Oh goodness. Oh, and then don't forget. Ooh, the visibility is great with those lines I did.
Makes one of us. Oh, there it is.
Really? Were you not finding it?
I can't see anything on them.
Okay, so we're getting a little bit of slopage here. Okay, so out of the throttle. Whoa!
Oh my goodness.
That would be stabilization. Sorry guys. Out of the stabilizer.
Whoa. That was bizarro. Okay, so now I'm gonna go point into the wind now. And I'm gonna turn on safe. There's safe. Okay, we're out of safe. Pitch sensitivity is a little bit insane right now. A little bit too much stabilizer. Okay, so the rudder, okay, so stabilizer is on. It's just acting really bizarro. Nice and straight there. Just cruising along. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Okay, so that doesn't help at all. We'll come back to that. I'm keeping altitude because it's flying a little bit squirrely. Big surprise, right? Let's go over this tree line, see how it looks. The wind is, we're going into the wind right now, just so you know. Okay, a little throttle there. It's got a decent roll rate. I have to mix a lot of rudder to get it to roll. Upside down flight performance, there's tons of elevator there. Did you see that?
I can't see anything.
Okay, so I'm up at, we're 7 minutes and 29 seconds, 22 seconds from our 10. It's quite stable when you get up there and just kind of slope a little bit or soar a little bit. Getting my elevator figured out. I hope it's almost acting like it's still nose heavy, which is weird. Thank God we didn't fly it the way we originally had it, right? That would have been terrible.
I'm on a short flight.
It climbs, like every time I give it throttle, it climbs like crazy. Okay, out of the throttle. I think it's cute, the thrust angle they've got on it. You remember it's about 2 degrees down. Okay, so I'm gonna walk over to my telemetry. You keep doing what you're doing there.
Okay.
We're 297 feet there. That's full rudder and ailerons. I don't know if you guys can hear the Vario. Maybe we can go stand by the garage so that blocks some of the wind noise. You want to try that?
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna have to go by the 3-car garage there, come through, and then talk all the way over to the right. What are you doing? Come back. That way you're blocking the wind. There you go.
Okay.
You got it now?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see.
Okay. Boy, that thing just like pitches up terribly when I give it throttle. Watch this. There's full throttle and no elevator input. That's no elevator input. That is hilarious. Man, it looks really nice. Looks really nice. That's just basically no elevator input on throttle. I'm just trying to get my trims and stuff, everything worked out. I can't tell if it's just the wiggly wing, and when you get the wrong gust of wind, the entire wing acts like an aileron. It is kind of windy today.
It is.
But it's like so weird because, man, I wanted this thing to fly so great, guys. And we just did that plane the other day, the Lightning V2 from Top RC. This thing is really light. I love the way my little tape thing works. It looks cool. You can definitely see the direction the plane's going, which is cool. so light on its feet, and yet there's takeoff flaps. The spoilers just, the flaperons doesn't really help much.
Dumb question.
What the heck? That's full throttle. It just behaves so strangely.
Is it too light? Is that a thing?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I'm out of the throttle. It sounds like I'm gaining altitude, but I think what's happening is that it's just like when the wind dies down, that's when we're seeing it kind of stall out on us and just like want to basically fall. I also think the flexiness in the tail is really manifesting itself nastily. Why don't you come back a couple steps to where I am? Okay, full throttle. Jeez. So it's definitely like, I mean, it's a Dynam for sure. It looks really good statically sitting inside. I mean, it's not a dead calm demo.
No.
There's definitely a lot of, but it's coming from that direction, so you can see it's really holding its position nicely. I just can't tell. Is it nose heavy? Is it tail heavy? We had the CG like exactly right.
Whoa.
Let's try to take a landing. I want to see how bad it's going to land.
Okay.
Let's go over here and just kind of see if we can get it to come down, first of all. I might need to tractor the prop. I can get it to come down.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to get it to land.
Yeah. Give me the.
You're good where you are if
Stay.
you can film from there.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just trying to get in a position where I'd like to be able to catch it if I can.
Oh, okay.
Kind of flying a lot with the rudder, it's surprisingly effective. While the ailerons are surprisingly not effective. Jeez. Still going pretty speedy.
Yeah, it is.
I think if it was dead calm, this thing would possibly show a little bit better. It's got a ton of power. Look at that thing. But you see the wing bending?
I know.
It's like, I feel like when you get a gust of wind from the left or the right, the stabilizer is somewhat effective in nature. The nature of the strength of the wind. I need you to stay where you are so I've got room to land the camera. Oh, you would play. Oh, that was so close. I could have caught it on the main flight. Throttle hold is on. Okay, so a couple thoughts. First of all, I thought this thing would be super light on its feet. Let's go over here where the wind's gonna be blocked. I thought this thing would be extremely light on its feet, but I think really the practical reality is it's just quite wonky on its feet. Now, I can't say that I'm super surprised by that because it's a Dynam and it just kind of seems the way the Dynams fly. The CG, I mean, we have the CG exactly right, folks. let's just show you. Of course, I covered up my marks on this side, but I can tell exactly where it's supposed to be. So here's the back set of holes, and here's the front set of holes. Okay? So right in the center of that, we're exactly dead center. Okay? The plane looks really good. Okay? So on a box, you're going to think, wow, that's a fantastic plane. You know, it's got lots of power. It's 1300 milliamp. It should be light. And yes, it is quite light. And it does look sweet. I love the way that looked in the sky, by the way. But just look at this. That detail is not good. Okay? This detail, this is pretty stiff here, like the vertical axis. But this is not so good. I don't know how to correct that without maybe doing a couple of spars that would go lengthwise. The ailerons have plenty of throw, maybe a little bit too much throw, I wonder. And the power, this is what I was saying is cute. You see this little wedge? That's the down thrust angle, and it's just not enough. There's plenty of power, but I think what happens is typical of T-tails is that all the thrust goes back, and then you've got this not super strong tail, and it just kind of like wonks it. You know, it just kind of blows it in the wind. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Throttle holds off. See how the tail gets into that turbulent air, and it just kind of wiggles around? Also, I'm not sure if the angle of incidence is right on this plane. So I almost feel like maybe the angle of incidence on the tail compared to the wing just puts it into a weird spot. Like it'll glide straight in a straight path really nicely. And it's very light, like it's very light. It's just weirdly light how light it is. But you know, weight is not always your enemy in the right spot and in the right way. Cause look how easy that twists, guys. Yeah. That twist's really easy. Now, there may be some rigidity here where the spar is, but then out here where your control surface is, it just like the wind just takes it. And I mean, I'm not the only guy that flies a sailplane like this in wind. I get these planes to fly in the wind, okay? So now, okay, it would fly a lot longer than 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and launch it again. I am having to actively manage my elevator here to get that thing to not kick up in the air, okay? Sorry, I forgot my glasses, so I'm in the throttle as I do this. Okay, so upside down flight performance is okay. I just think that there's enough bad behavior on the roll tendency. Like, I thought that the roll tendency would be one of the strengths of this plane. I also think that the elevator, we have way more elevator than we need. That's fine. We could correct that with a rate adjustment. We could also correct the stabilizer. But you see that wing? Do you see it flex at the tip? I don't know if you guys can tell from the video footage, but watch that wing. And as the wind buffets it, it's like kicking the shape of the wing down. Mm-hmm. So like if you've got the wind coming straight at you, you're okay. But as soon as you get a crosswind, you see, as soon as you get a crosswind, then that wing buffets, and then it's almost acting like a big aileron. So no matter how strong your stabilizer is, it has to have a strong enough wingtip for the aileron to be effective. But there again, I say that, and then look how stable it looks. That's because I'm flying it. Auto climb. I could probably break the wings off right now if you want to see the wings break. You see the wings?
Waiting for that.
Oh, and by the way, a Vario is pretty cool because it'll tell you the absolute position. It's not relative up or down, you know? Oh, and by the way, 1300 milliamp pack, 3S. You would think it'd be starved for power, but it has absolutely plenty of power, guys. Absolutely plenty of power. Okay, so let's see if the auto leveling works. Okay, so here we're in safe now. I'm hands off. I'm doing nothing. Okay, but look at it. It doesn't mean it goes straight, guys. So there's a limited bank angle involved. Okay, so that's limited bank angles. My camera crew is not liking me too much right now.
No.
I'm holding down elevator here. We're trying to keep ourselves out of the wind so that you guys can hear what's going on. I'm holding full down elevator. That's pretty much all I'm doing. Little bit of roll there to the left. Little bit of roll there to the right. That's full roll right. That's full roll left with safe on, okay? What I was thinking is, that's rudder. That's rudder. It's doing really good, actually, the safe is. I'm quite surprised. But you just kind of got to keep it pointed in the wind a little bit. See, not enough rudder. There we go. So full down sticks to just get it pointed back into the wind. But the safe, I mean, it's actually kind of doing its job. That's cool. Okay, so out of safe, just AS3X now. See how aggressive that was when I got in the turbulence from the edge of the house there?
Yeah. Goodness.
You see the wing?
I don't know how the wings are still attached.
That's because they're flexible. Hey, stay where you are. So I'm trying to get room.
Oh, okay. You want me to go back up?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Because that way I can try to land it or catch it.
Okay.
I want to see how much turbulence we have up above the eagle killing zone. I mean, it looks cool. It's just kind of like, I want it to be a performance plane and it's not. It's like a non-performance plane. It looks like it should be a performance plane, but look at that wing. It's about to break in half. Oh, no cornholes for you. I think you could slope soar it okay too on like a light wind day. I mean, that's essentially what we're doing is we're riding the lift off of the tree line today.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty cool actually. I'm gonna go down this way and then see if I can circle around for a landing.
Okay, I'll stay up here by the...
Yeah, you should be
House.
fine. There's takeoff flaps, no change. Okay, getting back into the lift. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. The flap rods seem to be completely ineffective. It does absolutely nothing for us, from what I can tell. I don't know if it's just not enough deflection or if it's I think it's just too much outboard. I want to try to get in front of this tree line here. See if we can catch some lift here. Woo! All right, I'm going to try to get it down this time, camera crew.
Okay.
You good?
Yep.
That's my warning. I'm losing my battery right now. I have to land it now. Sorry, beggars can't be choosers today. 8.7 volts on the flight pack right now.
Yeah.
8.7 volts, so I basically had one cell sag out on me, which doesn't surprise me. By the way, just so you know, that was minus 17 feet, which is about right. So we're at, right now, 10 minutes past our 10 minutes, and we're really in the throttle a lot. I mean, if you were just up there soaring, you could go forever.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go grab the plane, or just, if you wanna just walk with me.
Sure.
So my thoughts on this plane are somewhere between not surprised and disappointed. Is it the best glider ever? Absolutely not. Is it the worst glider ever? No, actually not. you would think after that flight, you'd be like, that's got to be one of the worst flying gliders ever. Actually, no. I mean, I've got a lot worse gliders than this. And you know what's so funny about, oh, show them the Starlink. See the Starlink?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
so cool. It's pointing this way. You almost never see the dish like that.
Yeah, I know.
So one of the things I can definitely say about this thing is that while it is a project plane, and it is absolutely, make no mistake about it, a project plane, I like the plane still. It's kind of cool. It's weird. I have this thing with sailplanes. Like, I don't mind spending a ton of time on a sailplane to make it cool or to make it fly well, because you basically have the plane. Now you just have to make it fly well. Now, how does this compare to the Crescendo Evolution? This would be like, let's call this on flight performance. I'd call this a 4 out of 10, maybe a 5 out of 10. And I would call the Crescendo Evolution like an 8 out of 10. And I would call the Lightning, you know, like a 7 or an 8 out of 10. Okay, we just did that the other day. Those are also expensive planes. This is a pretty cheap plane. So why do I like this plane? Why am I okay with it? Well, first of all, because it's a Dynam, and to be honest with you, it's pretty good for a Dynam. Why do I not like this plane? Because I don't want to have to do quite that much work to make it fly okay. You know, it was a lot of work to put this plane together, and that is not okay. You can't have that much flex in a wing on a sailplane and have it fly well. Now, as a thermal ship, maybe. We're kind of flying in slope soaring conditions today, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys realize this, but it was about 3 years ago we first looked at this property. And I had one of those wonderful Facebook memory things come up, and it was super cool because we were flying the Phoenix. We were flying the Phoenix 2.6 meter, and we were out in tall grass like this. It was so cool, and we've obviously taken ownership and built a house and put in a runway and built a few bridges and done a bunch of clearing and really taken this property from wild to what we have now, and we love it. Today, in fact, we were going to be taking this hay, but the forecast, I don't know. It was just, we need 2 to 3 days of pretty warm weather to dry out the grass after we cut it.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's just so weird to think about it. Here it is 3 years later. We're still flying planes like this. Now, here's the thing. That Phoenix 2.6, out of box, brand new, ready to fly. That plane is a good plane right away. You just get it. You either put a 1.6 meter or you do a 2.6 meter. There's like an extra section in the middle. They also have a Phoenix and a 1.5 and then, a 1.4 maybe. And then there's a 2.4. I don't know. There's a couple of different size classes. Why do I bring that up now? Because compare it to this, and with the same electronics that we set up and with the same battery and the same pretty much everything and the same amount of effort, it's just going to be a lot better experience. Not a little, a lot better flight experience. That one's going to be almost as good as the Crescendo Evo. Well, it's going to be as good as the Crescendo S, but not the Crescendo Evo. That one's going to be more stiff, faster. It's going to scream. I love that noise. You don't get any of that noise with this. You know why? Because the wing is too thick. It's too much of a high lift wing. You're never going to get that scream that you love in those sailplanes, or that I love in the sailplanes. Also, there's just too much flex here. It's just not good enough for a sailplane. It looks cool. They have the right mold, but they have the wrong density. You know, it's like if you think of the aerodynamic features of a beautiful woman, all the ones you don't want to be aerodynamic, you know, that's good for certain things. It's bad for other things. You know, but you're not jumping out of an airplane thinking, wow, that's great. That moves. That's what's going on here. Look at this. Look at this, guys. That should not happen, okay? So the only way to fix that is to make a project of it. So the next thing that happens is you slit through here and you add a carbon fiber spar here. You know, one of those flat plane ones. You glue it in. Then you flip over the plane and you do the same thing here and you glue it in and you triangulate this surface. Then you take and you cut here at an angle all the way from the front above the wing, and then you cut here and you glue in the same carbon fiber strips, which are probably 3 millimeters by 0.5 millimeter or 1 millimeter. And you spend $30 on that or $40 on that material. Then you spend like another 10 bucks on epoxy. You mix it up. You waste an afternoon putting it in. It's a lot harder than it looks. Then you have these big, weird, ugly black marks on the tail. Okay, so that solves your tail problem. Then you flip the plane over. Of course, I've already put decals on here. But if you didn't have decals, it's white on the bottom. Then you take and you have to cut into this. And you have to add some spar here. Probably the same scenario. Cut at a 45-degree angle. Slide a spar in there. You're going to have trouble with this fold up here. And that'll help stiffen this. And then maybe a second one that goes from like here to here. And then the spar that's already in there is okay. But you shouldn't have to add that. That is a lot of flex.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is, look at this, guys. I'm holding the wing still. And the whole plane is able to move like 30 degrees. Now, on a dead calm day, just thermal shopping, this thing would do just fine. You know, but if you want to fly in any conditions, it's not going to really do very good. So that being said, if you're using this as a thermal ship, go for it. If you want to slope soar with it, or fly in like normal sailplane weather, where it's windy and you maybe want to get a little bit aggressive and do some high G maneuvers, I'm surprised the elevator is super effective. I thought it'd break the tail off or break the wings off. You saw how flexy they are. I mean, it looked like a U. So, I don't know. It's just all the typical Dynam problems. We experienced all of them. Which, by the way, if you're curious, just watch the build. It'll come right after this. But I don't know, camera crew. Do we have to now try to thermal for these guys? It's so boring to watch.
I know.
It makes for such a terrible video. I mean, if you guys think this is boring, wait till I'm over here thermaling over this tree line for like an hour. It might be fun to do, but it's not very fun to watch.
It's going to be a while before we have a nice, warm, calm day, too.
Yeah, that's true. Well, tomorrow's supposed to be nice, but not that nice.
No.
I don't know, guys. You can make your own mind up on this. I just think there's enough problems and there's enough better choices that it's really hard for me to recommend that you buy something like this over a better choice. Now, that being said, if you've already got the other choice and you're like, hey, I want another sailplane and I would like a project,
Right.
This is exactly what you want,
Yes.
you know? Do you need to replace all the servos and things like that? No, I think the servos are okay. Do we need to replace the ESC and redo the motor? No, actually, those components are not a problem in this plane. I feel like they're good.
It's literally like the actual
It's
plane.
the actual plane. Yeah, like yeah, that's too much flex. You can't get away with that. Now, as a pure glider on a dead calm day, I feel like it's a pretty good solution. But like, I just don't do that.
Yeah.
What do you think, camera crew?
There is a Dynam sticker on the tail, right? That's pretty much... If you want a project and you really like this or the price range or...
And I love the way it looks on the bottom now. The
Yeah, the
visibility is
bottom's
way
kinda cool.
better like this.
all of the black on the bottom, Brian did. The orange on the top is what came with it.
There was a couple of blue, like,
lightning bolts
and it looks stupid.
that we omitted.
I took them off. I actually put them on, and then I took them back off. This is just black tape, and you can see all the mold release bumps.
Yep.
You know, it just makes it really hard to keep the tape sticking down properly, because there's just a million of them.
But it didn't buzz or anything.
No,
That we could hear.
I was afraid it was going to peel off. That's a
Yeah.
lightweight, like, film tape. I got it from Hobby King years ago. I've had it sitting... I've had it sitting around for a long time. I've done this a few times on my sailplanes. I love the way this looks, where it tapers from nothing to something, and then it's just almost solid. I was going to do it with spray paint, and then I said, no, I'm just going to do it with tape.
Oh.
So, in closing, right before you stick around for the build, because it's a tedious one, I was really proud of the way this thing went together with our help. I felt like without our help, I mean, we had a lot of problems. But I feel like the AR637T was the right decision. I'm a little bit bummed because that was an expensive receiver for this application. But having the Vario is cool.
Yeah.
And if you're going to thermal with it, the AR637T makes sense. If you're just, flying around and just kind of having fun with it, just like an everyday flyer that you can throw in the back of the truck, like literally throw. That's one thing too that can't be overlooked, is that this plane will do good with a crash. And I say that because the wings are not even glued in.
Right.
They are just loosely held. So like if you pulled out, they would come out. Well, in our application, we've had to cut in the battery here. And that was so instead of adding, what did we have, 9 nails? We added 3 nails. And yeah, I know some of you guys are thinking, you used nails? Yeah, I used nails because that was super easy to get in there. It worked well. And then I was able to stiffen the rudder. Oops, the rudder. So I stuck the nail in like this at an angle and it worked really nice. I don't know if you guys can tell.
Yeah, you can see the shadow.
Yep. So basically that stiffened it gave me a little bit of support in there. That's the other thing too, is I feel like, you know, the ailerons, it's almost like they're not effective enough because of the flex in the wings. If you stiffened everything up, I think the plane would be pretty good.
If you're going to get this plane, definitely watch the build because you could probably avoid some of the steps that we had to trip over.
Yes.
Maybe?
Like where the battery went,
Yes.
particularly.
You could put
The
your
battery
stuff in a
needs to be
different
here,
location. Yeah.
here, to make this thing balance out with the 1300 3S, which is what they recommended 1250 milliamp pack. I didn't have a, well, I probably do have a 1250 milliamp 3S, but you had to have it so far back, it was just impossible.
Yeah.
So you'll want to look at how we did it and see if you can glean anything from it. If you guys are buying this plane though, I just want you to be aware. It's going to be a project. Don't be surprised. If you're buying a Dynam, you probably won't be. We had to fix a lot of stupid screw-ups from the factory. Like the magnet was backward on our canopy. The nose was ripped out of it. We had to fix the tail.
Yeah.
The rudder control horn was screwed up. The tubes were clean. We didn't have any problems there, which was nice because that's really hard to fix.
We taped all of the control
the control surfaces. That wasn't a screw up, by the way. That was just a preference thing. And I felt like they were actually pretty good in that way. But you know, when you get into the echelon of planes that we're dealing with anymore on a regular basis, there would be carbon fiber here. You see, there is carbon fiber here, guys. You see that? I don't know like how there can be carbon fiber and it's that flexible still. Why is it still so flexible? I don't get it. It's because there's not enough of it. There needs to be a whole nother one here. And there needs to be another one here, or whatever you can get away with. Also, the shape of the wing is designed for lift. It's not designed for speed or anything, and that's fine. There's different applications, I realize. But just so many different things that are not quite what I was hoping for. But I actually still like this plane. It's just weird. I have an ASW 28 that's down in the basement that's like this. It's a total piece of crap. You get it flying too fast and the wings go. It's me and Esteban, we fly together and it's the stupidest looking thing in the air. And yet when you're flying it slow or you get it on the right slope and the right conditions, it's just a ball to play with. Because, you know, you just don't care if you crash into the ground and it breaks into a million pieces. But like, I don't go out of my way to generally buy planes like that. I acquired that from Esteban. And so it's just a fun plane to fly. This one, if you're going out of your way to buy this, you know, I mean, just know you got a project. And if, you know, if the money slips out of your wallet and goes to a Crescendo Evo first, I mean, you're probably going to thank me later. But if you buy this and you like the shape and you like the thermal capability and things like that, and you want it to be nice and light and a little bit more, you know, resilient to damage and things like that, the Crescendo Evo is dense enough that when you miss a landing or you miss a catch, it breaks really easy, and it breaks right here. But you can glue it together. I've already glued mine a couple of times. Also, it might do okay on 4S. It says 3S, but the ESC is rated for 2 through 3. So the BEC is only 2 amps at 5 volts, by the way. So the BEC is maybe a little bit light for an AS3X with safe, with telemetry, with everything else that's going on. Normally I'd like to see 3 to 5 amps on that circuit for a stabilized receiver. So if you think about it, you know, if you're really getting into a stabilizer receiver, you might need a capacitor on there if you're doing a long flight, because you're just gonna draw a lot from the ESC. So I mean, it does kind of glide nice. Let's just glide it one more time. I have no power, so I can't fly, trust me. I mean, that is really cool, guys. Look, stop. Did you hear the barrier? The
Oh
video
no,
went
did
off.
it go?
All right, if I keep going, this video is already long. It's already tedious. You got to come back for more, guys. I promise this is not going to be the highlight of our year. But at the same time, we got to give kudos to BitGo Hobby for supporting us in this. They sent us these planes, and they know, you know, like sometimes people aren't going to be crazy about them. They told us you can say whatever you want, and they've backed us up. So that's why I like BitGo Hobby, because they let us be totally brutally honest about some of the products that they're offering. And I think that's because, you know, they're high character people and they want you guys to be happy. And so they'd rather us show this and say, you know, instead of 10 people buy it, there's like 4 people that buy it and they're really happy with it because they know exactly what they're getting into. And the other 6, they just buy a different plane, a plane that's going to more precisely meet their requirements. And then they're satisfied. So it's really good to deal with companies that understand that sometimes there's going to be products that aren't for everybody. So we really appreciate that. The other thing too is if you guys want to help support our channel and you want to buy that thing, we'll have a link to it. But we have lots of other links too. So you may investigate those or just go to BitGo Hobby using the master link below and then just find something that you really like there if you want to support them. So come back for more, guys. It's starting to rain, so we got to cut this short. Stay tuned for the build if you're really into watching us struggle. I know some of you are.